Folks, it is the end of the year. Let's go, buddy. Yeah, let's hear it. Woo! We did it. We made it. I think. I mean, I guess there's still a couple more days. So, like, let's not get ahead of ourselves. But, at least from my understanding, my rudimentary looks into what this calendar thing that people talk about for like making plans and stuff. It looks like the year's over. It's huge. It's crazy. There were birthdays and there's Christmas and like somebody died and now it's time for us to move on to the next year. Boy, oh boy. Strike one off the calendar. 2026 was fun, guys. The 20s have been just an absolute adventure, have they not? Woo! Good old best times of our lives these years, yeah. It's been like, every year's been like a little grab bag surprise, a little piñata of fun times and new and interesting opportunities for the human race. Super excited about it. But hey, at least we're born all right on time to explore space in video games, because it's, I mean, we're supposed to be on Mars by now, right? I think I think that was that was the excitement. I'm pretty sure I thought I was going to be retiring on Mars. So I was told we'd be landing on Mars by now and be in space and stuff. So yeah, that's not happening, right? So why don't we just keep doing it in video games? It seems to be going pretty well for us so far. Honestly, 2025 was, I think, a fairly good year for Star Citizen. Not the best, but it was good. Definitely better than others. I guess you could say it was probably the best so far, but I think they could do a lot better. So today we're going to talk about, not really 2025, since we did that last time. Today we're going to talk about 2026 and what we have to be excited about for next year, what we've seen from the various Star Citizen lives that have come out over the last few months, from the letter from the chairman, from CitizenCon, just kind of in general what our expectations are for next year. I'll try to be a little bit conservative, but you know me. And I know you, okay? I'm not the only hype boy here. You guys, y'all get me a little riled up. Regardless, though, let's not get into that first. Let's start with like hellos and highs and hey there's and how you doin's. Merry Christmas, y'all. I love Christmas as a holiday. I do really apologize and pour one out for those who do not enjoy this time of year. My heart's out to you. If you don't like the spirit, or you don't have somebody to spend it with, or maybe something bad happened around this time, I do hope that it can be a more fun time for you sometime in the future. But more than that, I hope there is some other time in the year that it's very good for you. And you let us know, and you'll come into chat, and you'll be like, hey, I love St. Patrick's Day. Or like maybe 4th of July is your f***ing shit, you know? It's like, just go off and chat for that. We love to see it. But Christmas is where I get to have a lot of fun. A lot of decorating. Drinking eggnog, exactly. Eating freaking chocolate, dude. Peppermint bark. Let's go! No, I have a lot of hot chocolates, though. But yeah, it's a fun time of year for me, so we've been having a good time. Me and Mrs. Tomato had our anniversary, and it was a grand old time. We went to one of our favorite restaurants and then stayed the night in the town. Christmas was a good time. I don't know what you guys did, but our family came over. We got to like hang out and eat some food. I got to make breakfast. Mrs. Tomato got to make dinner. And it was just all around like a good time. And then, yeah, those are our days. That's what's been going on for us. Here's Mrs. Tomato. No, thank you. I'm good. Thanks. Oh, no, I got my water and my tea. Thank you. Appreciate you. What'd you guys do? You have any fun over the weekend? While you're typing out all that good stuff, I'm gonna go back up and say hello to the first in here, Lurch Lord,
Thank you very much.
and Miss Yui. Welcome in, y'all. thank you so much for gracing the chat with your presence. No candles. Good to see you as well. Benefit Man, Merhaba. Welcome in, buddy. Vastin, Brigadier, Mr. Brigadier Bo. Y'all know Brigadier Bo has run like more than 200 plus events in GII. Dude has basically become a single GII force on his own. Good to see you, man. I hope you had a good Christmas. And enjoying the break off. You must have like at least a week off, right? You guys get this week off of school? Arctic Wolf, welcome in, dude. Nice dancing. Love to see Twitch dancing, having a good time. Hell yeah. Hell yeah, Twitch. The fun purple. There's Zero over here dropping 5 subs, getting us started on the Toes gang. We are wrapping this up. I said last stream was going to be the last one, but it's not. Zero is slipping in here. We're getting every Toes gang member on here. And then we're going to tally this all up for the next stream. As long as like the AIs work correctly. That's what matters. Mr. Zero. Do I have to put the 3 lines on the side? Is that a... 3 lines there. Thank you, brother. Appreciate you. Your support. Benefit Man, thank you for subbing back up 6 months. Nice dance moves, dude. Hope you're having a good one. And Mr. Lurch Load. I appreciate you, buddy. It looks like Zayeth dropped in here while we were all offline. And dropped a bunch of subs. Shout out to you, man, if you're watching this after the fact. Thank you. Merry Christmas. Don't think I missed you, though, over on YouTube. Fatal RPM, Fola, Waffle Insanity. I know you guys were there chatting, chilling, well before the stream started. Hope you had a wonderful weekend and a good Christmas. Thanks for holding down YouTube over there. Oh, Paparostero Robert. Also over there on YouTube with the Lord Skippy, Walking Bar, Dolce Armada. Alex Moore and Cosmic D. Okay, I see you guys. I see you here. You're off until the 14th, Brig. Whoa. You'll be returning to do planning on the 5th. Dude, that's a lot of time. Good for you. Also good for you for getting ahead on the 5th. I would struggle at that part. And I don't do great at the planning part. Although I'm trying to get better, guys. Making valid attempts to get better at that. Good morning, Victoria. How you doing? Good to see you. So one of the things that I do want to do today, we're gonna go through a whole bunch of like Star Citizen Zone official what have yous. One thing I do want to do though is go back and watch my beginning of the year video. Right, every year I try to end with a what happened this year video. Why do I look like a freaking gremlin like hunched over on the camera here? Fix your posture. We need to bring back the posture check, folks. I'm like extra old now, okay? I can't be sitting like that anymore. Every year we finish with a what happened in this year, and we start with a what's going on in the next year kind of video. Now I won't be doing one right off the back like the other. That's what we did last year. But I do want to go back and look at the what's the plan for this year kind of video, and then see how it turned out this year. We could do that at the end, though. We could do that after we've gone over what's actually going to be happening, because that's the more interesting part. How long was in between these videos, actually? That looks like a gap. Ew. Shut up, Adobe. Following me into the depths of hell. December 25th. Wow. Wait, that's kind of crazy. I did not mean to do that. But both years it released on Christmas. Huh. I guess it's a tradition now. This one released on... Will we take some time off? Holy crap, January 11th. 2 weeks without a video on the main channel is a choice. Wow. Wonder what was going on. Yeah, so I'm going to be working on a video kind of like this for January, but I want to go back and watch this one with you guys and see how embarrassing it might be. Thank you for the reminder, Locke. Hustle, Mr. Hustle Bones. Welcome in. What could have gone better in the best year ever? Well, the best can always be better. Victoria, hope everyone had a good holiday and is ready to go into 2026 strong. Guys, I hope you are ready to go into a new year strong. Oh, man. You look back at your year, and all you can do at the end of it is look at what happened and look at ways to improve it. There were disappointments, there were successes, there were great times, there were bad times. But it's best to just not dwell on any of it, except for the good ones, okay? Dwell on the good ones, that's good. Going back and revisiting happiness is a solid trend. But I say wipe your mistakes clean, focus on the lessons learned from them. Let's go into 2026 and let's do best for ourselves, because God knows the world is... Can't guarantee the world is going to. We'll see what happens though. It should be an interesting year in a lot of different ways. I think for Star Citizen specifically, it will definitely be the most exciting year. If there's one thing everybody was saying at the beginning of 2025 for Star Citizen, when they started talking about their whole year of playability, stability, all that nonsense, it was that, oh, they're not going to do features. Okay, this is going to be a boring year where they stop moving forward and just kind of focus on the game right now. And that's what they did. And that's what we felt. Like, no matter who you ask, whether they're happy or not with the way the year went, I think everybody has noticed that the features slowed down in 2025. So now they've got relative stability of the 4.x era of development. But now we've also got an actual push to bring features back in. Starting with engineering, I'm thinking we're going to see probably a major feature in every single patch. Well, as long as we still see the EPTU being used. They're going to be quiet for now. Like Cody Fox asked, we're probably not going to hear anything from them this week. We might hear a little peep. Maybe this week in Star Citizen will come out just to tell us nothing else is happening. But this week is generally pretty quiet from them. And then they will probably, they're usually pretty quiet in like all of January. We can actually go back in the comm links and check that out. Not even that. Man, they put out so many blog posts every year. All right. It's funny it says it's a year ago, but this is still February. Let's keep going back a little bit more. So we've got January 6th this week in Star Citizen came out. Letter from the chairman happened. And then they released a new ship. It's very 2025 energy. This must have been... When did the Mirai Guardian... That was in December, I think. I think this actually came out in 2024. Yeah, this was accessible in the 4.0 preview. So this came out in December. This also came out in December. Q&A would have come out in December. Jump Point probably as well. And then the Lore Makers post. So yeah, all of this happened in December. And then they took all of that time off, right? That was December 24th. And then the next post was January 6th. So 2 weeks. Last year, they took off. It'll probably be about the same this year, I think. They did their letter from the chairman post. This was like the 23rd, I think. So they probably won't be back until the 5th of January, in which they'll do their This Week in Star Citizen, which will likely be nothing. So, yeah, same every year. So they'll not be doing any communications. I think the one thing we can keep an eye out for is the dev tracker. The developers are still active during this time. It's just CIG's communication that's not. So during the next 3 or so months, they're going to be doing a lot of planning, internal reorganization based on whatever they deem has succeeded or failed based on the last year. So like right now, they probably got little threads up, doing little chatting, preliminary chats. How much money do we make? How many ships did we sell? How many whales did we lose? How many new players did we f***ing con? No. They're getting together all of the stuff that happened in the last year, and they generally end up coming out to say mostly the same thing as what the letter from the chairman says, but a lot of times it is slightly different. So by the end of January, we'll know where the year is going to go. But for now, it's all based around the letter from the chairman, what they've been saying in Star Citizen Live, and what we know from CitizenCon. So that's what we're going to go over today. But before we do, I actually don't think there's a before we do. No longer using no longer using Google Docs for my stuff now. We're using Notion. Notion. Do y'all consider 4.0 this year or last year thing? I think of it as this year. I know a lot of people were saying that they consider it to be a 2024 December thing. I still considered that the preview. Just going by live dates. Like I think of 4.0 as a 2025 thing. Which personally puts my prediction very, very, very far out. I'm pretty sure I initially put a video out saying 2023. Or even maybe end of 2020. No, I think I said beginning of 2023. Mid 2023. I was very off. I went by CIG's word. Ever since the last patch, your graphics are shot. Time to upgrade your PC. Whole year great playability to not so much. Well, I would hold off on upgrading the PC. Let's see what happens. Give it a patch or two. Everyone is free right now unless it's for emergencies like the bad server performance. Oh, I just mean like I think developers will still be interested in talking, like outside of official channels. Have you tried over the new Elite? Have I tried Elite Dangerous? What do I think about from the comparison of the current state of Star Citizen? To be honest, I wouldn't even really suggest them to the same players right now. I think Elite Dangerous is a way more playable game, and probably like 7 out of 10 players, I would say I would automatically just say Elite Dangerous is probably a better bet. If we're talking Star Citizen's ability to be a game that people can just get up and play, I would put it at like a 30 out of 100 right now. It's real bad. I might put it below a 30. But you know what would skyrocket it past a 50? Would be just a guarantee that stuff isn't getting wiped out. Like your progress isn't going to get wiped out. At the very least, some kind of a date in advance they can show and be like, there will not be a wipe. For guaranteed, there won't be a wipe before December something 2026, something like that. Like that's a huge line they have to cross before this becomes a game that you should just be suggesting to anybody. Besides that though, inventory management is a big one. I think a clear path of progression is a big one. And a lot of people will say making money and buying ships, but I think you need a little more hand-holding than that. Not to say that Star Citizen should be all hand-holdy, just to be that early game experience should include some of that. When is the Red Festival? I think that's February. Devs do deserve time off. Don't take anything that I'm saying to mean that I think that devs need to be working year round. Everybody deserves some time off. Time off is great, man. Relax, stretch your feet, wiggle your toes, do some jumping jacks, maybe a backflip or two. Ooh, a gainer? No. A Webster. Do a Webster flip. Enjoy your flexibility. Maverick, thank you for the bits, my dude. I hope you had a good holiday season, my man. Merry Christmas. Please send RAM. You're shipwrecked and lost on a deserted island. But there is one single random electrical outlet coming out of the sand, and it does work. There's a full computer as well sitting next to it, plugged in. It's got a monitor, mouse, keyboard, all the things you need. But you are missing RAM. Thank you very much. You have the choice to either A, get a bunch of food dropped onto the island for you, or B, grab a piece of waterlogged RAM that may or may not work. No, that's too easy. No, you have to B, order full price RAM. Do you choose the food or the RAM? No, actually, it'd be funnier if you got the RAM for free. I think everybody would choose the RAM over the food, no? Come on. Obvious choice. My man Moose, though, in the meantime, while you're pondering that one, Mr. Moose dropping 5 subs over on Twitch. Thank you, dude. Toast Gang Energy. I honestly, Moose with an O instead of it's a 0 instead of an O. Throw me off, but I like it. See that? I got it wrong. It's sneaky. It's tricky. It's tricky, dude. It's tricky. It's tough to rock a rhyme. To rock a rhyme that's right on time. Moose is tricky. That's what I say. Thank you, though. Seriously appreciate it. Thank you for the support. Hope you're having a lovely holiday weekend. Week? Season? Time? Nearly as easy to farm money in ED as it is doing the exploit in Elite. Wait, ED and Elite are the same thing. Did you mean the exploited Star Citizen? Star Citizen filing for bankruptcy would be a good start. I don't think that can, I think only companies can file for bankruptcy. Is that true? I'm not a doctor, but I gotta check my sources on whether or not that's possible. With the RAM and soon-to-be GPU shortages, maybe now is the time to what? Upgrade your computer? Yeah, I guess it's only getting worse before it gets better, huh? Is there really an active community on the Star Citizen Discord? You're interested to see if you could properly connect with some people to play together for role-playing and such. Dude, are you talking about the subreddit Discord? There isn't an official Star Citizen Discord. There is a massive conglomerate of Discords surrounding Star Citizen. In fact, I could probably show you guys what that looks like. Let's see. So if you go to Discord and you open the... Oh, it's gone. You go to Discord and you open this page and you scroll all the way to the bottom of your list. You can actually search for servers. You could just type in Star Citizen. And you will find so many servers on here. Of various sizes, of all different types of things that you could need, from information to content creators to different communities to technology things. Like, I think I saw Monster Tech down here. Yeah, Monster Tech has their own Discord. There's all kinds of stuff. Now, the biggest one I do believe is the subreddit. Yeah, it's got 150,000 members, which is freaking huge. That's gigantic. And I do know that there are almost always people active on there in voice chat and definitely in text chat. So, if you're looking for somewhere to find people who are active, that is a place you can go. Yeah, Pipeline's huge. Pipeline absolutely exploded in size back when it was SC Leaks. It definitely slowed down over the last few years, but it used to be one of the biggest. Them in test. Good luck getting RAM these days. Well, you're on a desert island. The RAM's getting delivered to you. Maybe you just order the RAM to eat it. Not even worth being food. It's too valuable, dude. Oh my god, it's funny because I was so ready to get a RAM update. I just, you know what's annoying to me? If we're gonna go through all of this RAM getting expensive and being just so annoying to work with, I think it's about time then that RAM producers create modular RAM systems. I mean, I know they're modular now, but like, we need to get to the point where you can just plug and play RAM sticks with different sets. Okay? Like if I have to spend $250 on every set, and I have 2 sets, I'm not gonna go and buy a 3rd set because those 2 sets don't work together. Well, I mean, I have to now, but like, can we change that, please? That's it's grinding my gears, as a great man once said. Anyway, Star Citizen, huh? There's a negative association with us, from us, with them from us in Ivacati. You can write off buying RAM, can't you? Because it's still your work. I still have to buy the RAM. Yeah, I could write off the $800 for the RAM, but I still have to like spend the $800. Not ideal. Ace has stepped up to manufacture RAM since the Micron stuff. Yeah, I saw some headlines about that. I hope that goes well. To be honest, it makes sense if one company is going to ditch a market that's clearly very saturated and happy to keep giving money. It makes sense for another company to step in. The problem is that for years we've been protecting all of these companies so much that there's kind of this manufacturing gap, right? Like there's not that many companies that can make chips of these high qualities in the entire world. So it's kind of dumb to just keep protecting companies constantly until that company decides, hey, you know what? I don't like this anymore. I'm not down with this. I'd like to go do something else. And then, okay, what do the rest of us do? Yeah, us. Cool. Great. Love it. Love you, Samsung. But like, we're here to talk about Star Citizen, right? We've all been raked over the coals by RAM prices for the last month. Let's talk about good stuff. All right, let's talk about what's coming up in the next year. I've got a list here. What we're going to do first is we are going to go look at the old Star Citizen Live that they just did recently, where they actually talked a lot about upcoming ships in the next year. Let me see if here we go. All right, so this is like an interesting stretch of talk about ships coming up. Let's talk about what these could be. I'll let them kind of list them out first, or we'll start. We'll just kind of
thank you very much.
Go through as we go. Yeah. Bolton, thanks for becoming a sponsor, dude. That 21-month potato. That's a prime time for a potato, dude. 21 months is perfectly acidic.
Thank you. Thank
barely
you very
falling
much.
apart. Slightly black where it shouldn't be. Appreciate you, man. And Anonymous on Twitch. Mr. or Miss Anon, thank you for gifting out a few subs over there to the good folks of the perp. I gotta put Anonymous on the board. It's only right. It could be multiple people, but you know. Thank you, friend. What do you mean, what, PK? You ain't never seen an old potato before? They get gross, dude. I'm a huge fan of potatoes. I love them. I eat them far too much for my own health, but they can get gross. You were looking to do a big system upgrade with a new CPU and motherboard and RAM, and then you looked at the RAM price and you were like, oh, hell no. You would think you would look at the CPU price, right? I need to do an upgrade too. The you guys can't hear it, I wonder if I can like turn the microphone. Hold on, let me see if I can turn the microphone around so you can't hear this. Wait, come with me. Come with me. We're going all the way around across the room here. And bring this down. Can you hear that? Hold on, I'm gonna turn off my sound.
Thank you very much.
Tell me if you can hear this. Wait. Because it's my CPU cooler.
Thank you very much.
Hey, can you stop for a second, YouTube? My CPU cooler runs like a crazy person. Listen to this. Can you hear that? Like, what is this, guy? It sounds like a leaf blower. So I am definitely... So I'm definitely doing an upgrade sometime soon for my motherboard at least. Potatoes. The f are you talking about? Boil 'em, mash 'em, stick 'em in a stew. Boil 'em, mash 'em, stick 'em in a stew. You gotta do it twice, man. Are you really Sam if you're not doing it twice? Yeah, so I'm doing a new motherboard for sure. But I'm gonna try and do whatever motherboard I need to that I don't need to get new RAM. I need a motherboard and a CPU cooler, and everything else stays the same. That's my mantra from now on because the freaking computer prices are crazy. Okay? I got rent to pay. All right. Let's talk about spaceships, yeah? What spaceships are supposed to be coming in the next year? We're going to do spaceships first, and then we jump into features. This is going to be just a deep dive of 2026 stuff. What CPU do I have? It's a Ryzen 5950X. New Mobo, new RAM. No. Get out of here with that blasphemy. We keep our RAM longer than we keep our underwear now. You should probably already be doing that, but now extra longer.
Series of questions. Let's see how much I can get away with. We've said a lot about this next year's ships. So we've talked about the Aurora Gold Standard, and we revealed that an Aurora Mark II is going to come. What else did we confirm?
Oh, that's a danger. Not fall into that trap.
I'm getting confused.
Raylan.
Raylan is coming. Raylan is coming next
Parasite module.
Command module, which implies.
Okay. Well, no, because you said the command module will come alongside the ironclad.
Yeah.
And so if you just said the command module is going to come next year.
No, we didn't say it was coming next year. We just said what we confirmed.
But John just said.
Oh, I just said it.
You just said the command module.
I'll go say everything.
Lamps are coming to the game.
This is what happens when we don't do a show in a while. I forget how these things work. Let's go ahead. Let's not reveal the entire ship list of 2026.
No,
because people
that's crazy. Reveal the whole freaking ship list, dude. It's 27 ships is crazy. Did they confirm 27 ships in this video, or was it somewhere else? Because that's a crazy amount. Like 23, maybe 24 ships was nuts already this year. 27 ships? What? They're gonna be releasing ships like in the first weeks of the month of the year. Oy. But yeah, I think they're about to go over a lot of it.
So if potatoes go bad, who was sent to stop them? Is there like a potato police, or do the good potatoes go after them and bring them to justice? Speaking of justice, will Star Citizen add reputation to the game this year? As the former president, I am the king of segues.
Honestly, former president, I don't think the intonation of your questions makes a lot of sense there. That doesn't sound like how I would expect you to ask that question. So if potatoes go bad, who is sent to stop them? Thanks, Obama. Whiskey Riot, thanks for the sub, man. Appreciate you.
No one's interested in that.
People like to
I enjoy
people like to
watching the
talk,
videos.
and people like to. But let's give I hit the content. I hit some of the content creators at the beginning of the show. The people who do the
What are they working on?
what is it called when they do the watch?
Oh,
when they do the-
Watching. Viewing is what we call it, I think.
No, not watch party. That's not a party.
Co-streaming.
No, when they sit there and they
Highlights?
react.
Viewing.
Videos, that's what it's called. That's what it's called. Let's give people. Let's give them something to react to that they can feed the beast, because they do wonderful service.
See, I'm pretty sure he said something along the lines of this would be like content for the next 2 weeks or something. We make content with our content. I want to point out, folks, that we are a full-on month past this video, and I'm still making content from it. Okay, so don't get it wrong. By the way, Mrs. Tomato was absolutely lovely, and she got me this for Christmas. It's called an EDC toy, or more commonly known as a fidget spinner. It's really freaking satisfying, man. It makes this nice sound. And it's got like magnets in it, so there's just a little bit of resistance with every pull. So it's just, it's you're gonna be hearing this a lot in the background, guys. Sorry, just letting you know. Okay, that's good. Let's continue.
Stuff like this. Let's reveal the manufacturers of every ship in 2026. Because we know what the schedule
I hope
is.
someone's got the list.
Let's reveal the
Releasing or working on?
releasing.
Two different.
Just the manufacturers of the releasing ships in 2026.
Drake.
Yep.
Aegis.
RSI.
Aegis. Yep. Did you say RSI?
Yep.
Drake is obvious, right? Ironclad. RSI. Honestly, I think we all are expecting that there is some kind of Apollo variant. That the RSI, it could be RSI, but there's also the Galaxy, they said.
RSI.
Anvil.
Yes.
Misk.
Yes.
Anvil is... So here's the big kicker. This is an interesting situation. They don't, in fact, we're going to save where we are here. It's 144.46. There is a forge. Oh boy. Okay, let's see if it shows up in the transcript. The forge is a ship based around crafting. And it was part of their silhouette video of 2023. Now, there are 3 different things in 2023 that have not been delivered from the silhouette video. First is this one. No, not this one. This one. Is it this one? I think it's this one. This is like the MDC that we just got. This guy here. But instead of a turret in the back, instead of like the MTC where it's like suit lockers and cargo and stuff, this one is meant to have crafting. And I believe they're going to go over that here in the video we're watching in a minute. Then there's this. This is based on the Anvil Ballista platform. So this would also explain an Anvil delivery in 2026. Not saying that's exactly what they're talking about. There could also be a ship, but they could be talking about this. And this is basically supposed to be what I've heard described as the Clipper, but in ground form. It's got your medical bed. It's got a fabrication department unit thingy, a little place for some storage. It's basically a ground generalist vehicle, which is kind of telling. It could point towards a lot more ground gameplay coming in. There's got to be some reason for having a vehicle like this. But those are the 2 ground vehicles that we haven't seen. And then you jump forward to this guy. Whoop. We have not seen this either. Now, this is known as the Forge. Here's what we're going to hear them say about the Forge in this very video.
Guest was a consolidated Outlands ship, and that is, I think, currently called the Forge. I don't know whether we're going to keep that name or not. And you can guess from the name what it does. It's another crafting ship. It's basically a small to medium-sized solo ship with a whacking great crafting machine, bigger than the ones people have seen in the Clipper and other ships. And it also has a onboard refinery, so you can refine goods to make your things you are crafting or fabricating. And then 11th hour request for it as well was, much like the Pioneer, it's super big brother. It also has ground extractors in it, so you can land on a planet and
This ship's crazy.
extract the resources to refine.
Okay, that's crazy. Mining, refining, crafting, all in a single person ship this is a professional ship. This is the profession of crafting, of building, of running a shop. I wouldn't be surprised if people are gonna use these ships as the back end of their shops that are just traveling. You know, you just land somewhere with this ship, you have your specific blueprints that nobody else has, you have your resources that you've bought from people that are high quality, storing them in the ship. You just fly around to wherever people might be. You could really literally land outside someone's base, send out a message and be like, hey y'all, I've got a very rare this, and that. My prices are this, and that. Here's my ship, come on through. I'm producing for the next 2 days before I move on. It's an incredible idea for a ship. And I do wonder where we go from here if you're gonna have a solo player ship that can do all that kind of stuff. It sounds like ground extraction mining is gearing up to be something significant for the game. I don't know if that's just going to be like press a button and then a little meter rises that says you're pulling this much stuff from the ground, or if this is going to be a proper advancement to mining gameplay that we should be looking forward to. But it sounds like it is closer than far. It sounds like if it is new gameplay, they've probably already got it designed. The thing is, the ship's not confirmed for next year. Let's listen in a little bit more.
Fine to use for your crafting. Yes.
And I mean, with that one, we were fairly early with the concept when we kind of paused it. The concept's super cool. It's got this amazing kind of like slab front kind of glass canopy to it.
Full width flat glass.
Yeah, full width flat glass. So it was a really cool looking ship. Can't wait to pick it back up. But I don't know if we'll end up doing.
We'll end up tweaking it.
Yeah.
So again, it's got a, like we talked about earlier, we don't want to do things that we're not confident that the gameplay is going to be there in time for its release. And it got a few extra things added to it than when we started the concept for it. So then that's obviously pause it.
And obviously, if it hasn't been apparent now, the reason those didn't come out last year is because crafting didn't come out last year.
Yeah, and you know, it was on the production schedule.
So all three of these vehicles are dependent on crafting. Kind of like the Clipper, but the Clipper is a very generalist ship, so I think they feel okay putting it out still. But these other ones that we've gone over so far, these ground vehicles plus the Forge, are dependent pretty heavily on crafting for their full functionality, and so have been held back.
But we knew ahead of time enough that we were going to end up with a ship that didn't have the gameplay, so we pulled that out. I can't remember what we put in its place, but we released something else in its place.
So is crafting coming in 2026?
It's above my pay grade, so you need to...
Ask that team.
It's not this team's responsibility to comment on crafting, but like there's no reason to take this as a reason to doubt crafting's coming in 2026. I realize it because this is the ship team. They're not the heads of crafting, but they do incorporate crafting into their ship, so they have some idea of where it is. But yeah, nobody really wants to be the ones to say when it's coming out or whether it is or not. I do think that crafting's going to come out next year, and I'm guessing the Forge will come out with it.
We're going to try. All right.
He said we're going to try, and honestly, that's what he said about Squadron 42 before it got made into something much bigger. So that's at least where we are with those ships. And one of the big things about next year is we know for a fact that at least these vehicles depend on crafting. So if crafting happens, these probably will happen. If crafting doesn't happen, we'll probably miss out on these. But I do think it's going to happen next year. I think base building might not, but crafting, yeah, seems pretty likely. All right, let's get back to what they were talking about here.
What else did we confirm?
Oh, that's a dangerous.
Not falling into that trap.
What else did we build that an Aurora Mark II is going to come.
The Aurora Mark II.
And we revealed that an Aurora. We've talked about the Aurora Gold. This next year's ship. Get away with.
What else?
That's really a series of questions.
Is crafting not on the card for March? Well, don't get ahead of yourself, man. We're going to talk about the features. No, but we can look at, I mean, crafting is on the progress tracker, which is why it is likely, but they've yet to put it on the actual roadmap. So it would make sense that even if it's not on the roadmap for 4.6, if it misses this, it'll probably come in 4.7 or 4.8. Like crafting is most likely going to be in the game this upcoming year, but nobody's actually going on the record and saying yes, which should make it clear that it's not that big of a deal that Jared won't go on the record and say yes about Squadron, because I think crafting is much more likely than Squadron. Okay. Here we go.
We've said a lot about this next year's ships. So we've talked about the Aurora Gold Standard, and we revealed that an Aurora Mark II is going to come. What else did we confirm?
Oh, that's a danger.
The Aurora Mark II is...
Fall into that trap.
I'm getting confused.
Raylan.
Raylan is coming. Raylan is coming next year.
Parasites.
The freaking Raylan, dude. That's actually crazy that the Raylan's finally coming in. The first time they said that the Raylan was coming in, it was supposed to be worked on after the Stulin. Stulin, I believe, was released in 2024. Probably can go right back to... I'm going to say that was Invictus Week of 2024. Here.
I've seen is like this. Can you just give us an update on ships that what we consider into production?
Let's slowly do it and look at John as I see. So there's Redacted that's on Josh.
Yeah.
There's Adam. Will I talk about that one?
I'm trying to think what Adam's doing.
Who knows? Spirit.
Yeah.
Yep. We've got
Too late.
Too late now. I was pretty sure that one was safe. So we've got the Spirit in. What else do we have?
SLV just finished art and design.
Yep. Obviously.
Hull C.
Yep. Hull
just
C.
at the end, in its final teething.
We've got some
stages.
more Redacteds that are on Chris. What else is it? What the US working on?
X1?
What's the US working on?
X1's about to start on the US.
Well, technically that's had a little bit of work on it already, but...
Yeah, the Storm is storming through production.
Oh, he did it.
Ah, the Storm. Everyone loves the Storm.
No, it was in the segment. It was in the episode yesterday. Oh, you said the Storm is coming through. Yeah, no, we actually... we missed the narrative bit. It's, again, some of the things that missed through. It's like, in case you guys didn't catch it from the episode, the Temporal Storm is in a concept promotion right now as part of Invictus, but it is already in production with the LA ship folks.
Well
and
into production.
it's looking good. That stuff you saw at the end, that was not concept art. That was the actual white box and into gray box stuff. It's looking great so far.
They're doing the Santok guy as well.
Santok. Right. It wasn't the Sulin I was thinking of. It was the Santok Yai.
We'll be updating for the We'll be showing you an update on the Santok Yai for Alien Week in just a few weeks.
Montreal are working on some variants of an existing ship.
I thought they mentioned the Raylan here.
Pretty sure that's all of them.
After the
Retaliator
Santok.
stuff we're doing, we talked about before.
G12?
G12 will be going, so in the next year, backlog ships that will...
This is the part where they mentioned the G12 comes up. So we're going to hear that they're talking about an Origin ship in a little bit, or an Origin vehicle coming next year. I really f***ing hope that the next Generalist ship we're getting, because they did say we're getting another ship kind of like the Clipper, I hope that that's an Origin ship. I'm a little biased. I would love to see a Crusader or an Origin Generalist ship, but I think an Origin Generalist ship would actually fit really well into this game. And it would be a great way to give that brand something else to do at a time when the brand doesn't have much to do because their gameplay isn't much in the game. A generalist focused ship, a little more on the high quality side. I'm thinking like a ship that looks like it's from Exodus or Oblivion, the movie with Tom Cruise. Or just give me a mini personal sized Normandy generalist ship from Crusader. Like I said, I'm biased. But anyways, the G12 probably coming next year.
We'll be going into production. Caveat, things can always change. Polaris, Apollo, G12, Raylan, X1s.
I'm noticing something conspicuously absent.
So all of those ships have been added to the game, except for the G12. The last two are the G12 and the Raylan. So we're looking back a couple of years and seeing what their ideas were in terms of ships to deliver. Clearly, they had some change of plans for the G12 and the Raylan. I think the MTC came out instead of the G12. They're very closely related ships. And I think the Raylan just got put on hold because it's not really necessary and they had other cargo hauling ships they could do. But now, it's looking like it's coming in. And for those who don't know about the Raylan, I'll just give you a quick look at it. Because it is a very pretty ship. It's a different ship. It's not the kind of ship that you're going to see in Star Citizen very often.
It's going to be a unique experience. So essentially you've got a grav-left platform that's going to fly through the air, come and greet you. You get on it, click a button, takes you up to the entrance of the ship through the airlock. That's where you first get your experience of the Xi'an architecture within this ship. When you choose to get on the lift to go up to habitation, you've got a console.
Dude, it's the interior of this ship that really gets me. I know we can't see this very much because the Siulen, honestly, I don't get this kind of interior from the Siulen. The Siulen feels a lot more organic in terms of its interior. I really love the clean, sort of hard polymer look of this stuff, how it's molded together, how it sort of flows under the floorboards here. It feels basically like an Alien Origin ship, and I really like that style. I hope they maintain it as the railing comes in. The Siulen's got me a little bit iffy on it, but I think it looks great on the interior from these concept images.
It's made out of like 50 different pieces in it, and it all builds itself into position, and you click the button. Get on your elevator, which isn't the standard elevator either. At the moment it's at an angle, so you have a very different experience of like transitioning up through the floors and
we know these animations are going to stay the same. I've shown you guys the animations they had using this kind of stuff. Let me see if I can find it real quick here. I think we've got a video. Yeah, look at this. This video is from like 2016. And it shows, look at this. Watch this console in this video
also
here.
Very different, which isn't the standard.
Watch how it comes out of the floor.
At the moment it's at an angle, so you have a very different experience.
And right there,
of like transitioning up through the floors.
All these little pieces flowing in and out of each other, right? But check this out. This is their previs of kind of the same sort of thing from back in the day. I really love being able to find these sort of matching design cues across the years. It's you don't get to do it too much because games don't usually take this long, but it's fun.
Transform to sort of enable you to get through easily. So then when you're in the habitation section, you've got access to beds and lockers. You can go left and right to the turrets and escape pods. And then you've got the dual race kitchen and bathroom section, and then sort of like a communal eating area. And then from there up, basically it takes you into a more technical section.
So we've been over this quite a bit. We won't do the whole song and dance, but that's a reminder of what the Raylan is. That one is also basically confirmed for coming next year. It sounds pretty likely. What else is there?
Raylan.
Raylan is coming. Raylan is coming next
Parasite module.
Command module, which implies
Okay,
Ironclad.
Ironclad.
no, because you said the command module will come alongside the ironclad.
Yeah.
And so if you just said the command module is going to come next year,
No, we didn't say it was coming next year. We just said what we confirmed.
but John just said,
Oh, I just said it.
John literally said the ironclad. And I don't know, how can you guys, what are we going to think the ironclad's not coming next year? Come on.
Raylan is coming next year?
Parasites.
Let's see what he says here.
Command module, which implies
Okay,
ironclads.
well, no.
Yeah, he literally said which implies ironclad. Like, he's confirming
Because
it.
you said the command module will come alongside the ironclad.
Yeah.
And so if you just said
Of course the
command
ironclad's
module is going
coming
to
out.
come next year,
No, we didn't say it was coming next year. We just said what we confirmed.
No, you said
but
next
John
year.
just said,
Oh, I just said it.
you just
said,
said the
yeah.
command module.
I'll go say everything.
Lamps are coming to the game.
This is what happens when we don't do a show in a while. I forget
The
how these
ironclad
things
is the
work.
biggest
Let's go ahead.
assumption.
Let's not reveal
The literal biggest assumption. We know that was coming.
the entire
Everybody, thank you for
ship list of 2026.
No,
Because
reveal
people
it.
like-
Tomato will be with you shortly.
No one's interested in that.
People like to.
I enjoy
People like to
watching the
talk,
videos.
and people like to. But
We love
let's
to talk.
give.
Let us talk.
I hit the content. I hit some of the.
Keep it going.
Some of the content creators at the beginning of the show.
Hit us. Hit us again. Hit him again. Carolinger! Yo, what's up? Can we get a whatever it is there? What's up, dude? Thank you for coming in with your folks. Welcome in, my friends. Thanks for joining us. We're talking, of course. It's Monday. Is unfortunately all you get here is Space Tomato yapping for hours on Mondays, but we yap about some interesting stuff. Right now, we're talking about the plans for Star Citizen in 2026. I'm guessing you guys came from some Star Citizen stuff. If not, God bless your soul. Merry Christmas to you. But if you did, welcome. There's more to come. We're talking about the ships, the features, the locations, the sandbox activities, all the things coming in the next year. Welcome. Make yourselves comfortable. Warm up your butt. Grab some juice or eggnog. How was your stream, Carolinger? Happy to throw in a little bit of an encore if you were also doing talking. But if you came from some gameplay, maybe this is a nice little tone down. A little slow down. I love this thing. Is this ASMR? Is that nice? Does that work? Can I start whispering and doing this to you guys? And hitting my fingernails together. Ow, it hurts. This just changed my stream up. You're still wondering how the reworks of the Raylan cargo pods will go along with what changes they end up making to the Liberator. It's kind of funny because supposedly the Raylan cargo pods were good to go in concept. You need to convince your boss to let you do mimosas in the office this week? Hell yeah, you do. You need to convince your boss to make mimosas every week a thing. Standard office procedure. Do we have a meeting this week, boss? Mimosas. It's the only way we can handle you. Unless you have your Snickers in the morning. Brushamitsu. Brushamitsu. Thank you, my friend. Did CIG refund the people who bought land? Nobody bought land. Nobody in CIG, in Star Citizen's history, has ever been able to buy land. The only thing you've been able to buy is a beacon, which you still get to keep because it's still a thing in the game. It's basically the equivalent of buying a ship. Like, everybody's still going to get that ship at the same time, or within a couple quarters of each other, I assume. You just bought the ability to have it first. And even then, it's going to get wiped whenever 1.0 comes around. Nobody has land assigned to them. Can't start working until I've had 2 mimosas. Boss, I haven't even sat down yet and you're already asking me how many mimosas I've had, and the answer is yes. All right, let's continue.
The people who do the
What are they working on?
What's it called when they do the watch?
Oh,
when they
watch
do
parties. Like,
No, not watch party. It's not a party.
Co-streaming.
Wait, did
No,
we already
when-
do this
when
part?
They sit there and they react videos. That's what it's called. That's what it's called.
Watching. How did we
people-
already?
Let's give them something to react to that they can feed the beast, because they do.
Did we
do
go
wonderful,
backwards, man?
Service for our project. Sure. The schedule. 2026. Yep. Did you say RSI?
Yep.
RSI.
Yeah, I went backwards a little bit, sorry.
Yes.
Misk.
Yes. A MISC ship.
Okay, MISC ship.
Yep. Oh,
Kruger.
A MISC ship is actually an interesting one. Now there's a rumor. There's a little bit of a theory going around that I think it was John Crew that said 2026 was going to be quote more expansive, which is like the smallest teaser ever. The smallest freaking giveaway ever, and I don't know where he would have said that. I don't remember what video that was. But that's such a like I'm so doubtful that is a sign of where they're going, but there is a MISC ship called the Expanse, and it is meant to be the main refining ship that we know of in the game so far. With the Galaxy coming into the game, it is possible refining is getting some focus because that also has refining. Crafting clearly also requires refining because that is just part of the natural process. You can even go back to their little crafting demonstration and look at the steps they have in their process here. We have man, they're gonna really make me go through all of them, huh? We have acquiring blueprints, and then we have researching blueprints, and then we have finding resources, and then we have refining, and we have crafting. So blueprints, crafting, like blueprints and crafting are clearly very important for next year, and we know that's coming in. Refining is kind of a missing link there. Now we could refine in space stations, but that will be a massive bottleneck for crafting if we have to refine in space stations. So there is a chance they're working on refining gameplay, and they want to have the Expanse and probably another refining focused ship release with that gameplay next year. That's a best case scenario, and I think there's a good chance that doesn't actually happen. It's what we hope happens, but we don't actually know. And with them saying that there is a MISC ship coming, that is a possibility. I can't even actually think of any other MISC ships that we would want. That are in concept. MISC ships that we don't have yet would be the Expanse, the Hull D. Ah, the Hull B. Yeah, Chimerian's Shade. You're right. Good call. The Hull B could be what they're talking about as well. Okay. Well, Hull B or the Expanse is a good chance on the MISC ship, unless it's something we don't know about. Who knows, man? It's a toss-up. I think the Expanse is a hopeful one, and I am hopeful. We need refining, but we haven't seen anything about that in the monthly reports. Just wanted to drop in, say hi. Just found one of your vids on YouTube, and my man, you've got the most relaxed voice to actually listen to what you're doing. Keep doing that. Well, thank you. Thanks for watching the video. Thanks for coming to the stream to say what's up. And thanks for the kind words. Glad you liked the voice. They talk about the Hull B? Okay. Freelancer Mark II. That's what it is. We've all been thrown for a loop.
Yes. MISC. Yes. A MISC ship. Oh,
Kruger.
Kruger
Yep.
is getting another ship.
What else we got?
Grays.
Grays is getting another ship.
The Kruger ship's going to be sick. And we have a pretty good idea of what the Gray ship could be. It seems like the Gray ships are literally just ships from Squadron 42 that they're bringing over to the game. And we did see some of those ships in their own trailer, their own teaser back when they were doing their Van Duel rework showcase. Whoa, that's loud, sorry. So this is back when they were showing us off the new version of the Van Duel ships back in 2019. Here's the Stinger, first time we got to see it. And then here is what is likely to be the next Gray ship. As you can see, It's got the Mustang's body and wings. It looks like the Buccaneers thrusters, I think. And honestly, I don't know what cockpit that is. You don't really get to see it very well from the front. The cockpit looks a little Buccaneer-y, but no, it looks kind of like an Arrow. Maybe. No, that's not an Arrow. Anybody know what that cockpit is? You think it's a Buccaneer cockpit? I don't know. Either way, we could definitely tell that it is coming off of the Mustang body. Clearly a gray ship. Even more so obvious because the next ship that comes up is the Shiv, which is a gray ship, as we know. So I think this was a pretty clear tell, and it's likely the next grays. Oh, these are the Saber intakes. It looks pretty good, dude. I would actually be interested in this ship. It looks like it's going to be a light fighter with no interior. Depending on its firepower, I don't really see any guns on it. Depending on the firepower this thing has, it could be a really fun ship to fly. Buccaneer thrusters on a Mustang body. Yes, please. What else we got?
Origin.
What else we got?
Grays.
Grays is getting another ship.
Origin.
Origin is back. Origin is back with another ship next year.
He does say a ship. That kills me. Does he really mean ship, or did he just say that? Because it could just be a vehicle. It could be the G12, or it could be a real ship. Ranga, thank you so much for the sub, dude. I appreciate you. I hope you're enjoying the stream, chilling around these parts. Always forget I have that one to give away each month. Just wondering if you do have any advice for an absolute new player. I really am wondering if the Cutlass Black is a good ship to play as a solo player. I know how I am. I'll most likely just fly solo 99% of the time, so any advice much appreciated. Cutlass Black is a great solo ship. If you are the kind of person who is constantly dogfighting, maybe not. But the Cutlass Black, I think, is a great ship. It can carry cargo. It can pick up some salvage if you want to, some components, some ship weapons, some stuff that you just find out there. You can carry loot with you if you're running FPS weapons. You can bring a friend with you to get in the turret if you need to. You can put a ground vehicle. I think I already said that. But you can also do some defensive flying as well. Honestly, I think the Cutlass Black is a great ship for a solo player. Good morning, P. Wolf. How you doing? Said it's getting a ship, but that does not mean it's getting more than one. Yeah, and that's what I'm wondering. Is it a ship or is it the G12?
Origin is back. Origin is back with another ship next year.
Gatak.
Gatak has another ship next year.
That's the Raylan.
I think. Oh. Your favorite color?
Oh, Argo.
No, he means Grey Cat. And Grey Cat.
And Grey Cat.
Grey Cat's getting a vehicle next year. So those are the. I'm pretty confident those are the main.
Grey Cat is the that crafting ground vehicle we talked about most likely, but there could be more.
Okay, rack my brain. These questions hurt me.
Yeah. So those are the manufacturers who are releasing new ships in 2026, and immediately people are like, oh, Consolidated Outland, forgot again. Crusader, boo.
Oh, there's no
We're not
Crusader.
Why do you hate
Crusader, I don't
Crusader
think.
then?
I love Crusader.
Yeah, those are just the ones we're releasing on.
Those are just really not the ones that are being worked on.
There are other manufacturers being worked on.
Yep.
Imply from that what you wish.
Yeah, but we like
We revealed
silhouette
a new-
videos.
Let's just push our luck. You revealed that there's going to be another Kruger ship. This is not another Wolf variant. You want to? Let's give him the name. Let's give him the name. And let him speculate.
I'm suddenly panicking that this is it's the Stingray.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay. Good. Sorry, I was just making sure it wasn't a working title because we have some.
Nope.
The Stingray, dude.
Yeah.
You know what I think of when I think of the Stingray, I think of oops. I think of this ship. Oh God. Okay. I don't even know what the heck it's called. This one. This is what immediately comes to my mind when I think of the Stingray spaceship. Is this even a spaceship? Did this thing fly in space? Or is this just a water vehicle? It's a submersible vehicle. It's not even a spaceship. Save me. Save me, for I am lost. A spaceship that looks like, I guess because it literally looks like a Stingray. That's why I think of it as a Stingray. I do wonder what it's going to look like, though. A Kruger medium-sized ship, I think they said it was going to be, is an interesting one. Interesting idea for a ship.
Yeah, okay, good. Sorry, I was just making sure it wasn't a working title, because we have some quite interesting working titles.
Yeah, we do.
Nope. So the Stingray will be the name of the next Kruger ship some point next year. And people can guess, people can speculate about what that is. And then let's end on a high note. This is IAE. We're about to go into the finale where I think all the ships come back and whatnot. The big ship for IAE this year was Perseus. I mean, it was always like a big ship. The big ship for Fleet Week this year was the Idris. What was the big ship for IAE last year?
Polaris.
Polaris. Oh, the big ship for IAE last year is the Polaris.
The pole.
Go ahead. Let's let John do this.
I was going to say, I'm backing out of this
Let's go to
conversation
John's
right now.
camera.
We can't
Let's
get told off.
go ahead and tell people what the big ship for IAE is next year.
The big ship planned for next IE is the RSI Galaxy. There you go.
They're all, so there's a chat page off to the side here that they're all looking to see what happens when he says that.
Just like we said, we were going to do the RSI ships in a series. Still sticking to that.
So
There is, from some of those manufacturers, there is multiple ships coming, not just...
Oh yeah. That's not. We listed like.
I saw some people asking about certain ships.
No, we listed like 11 manufacturers. That's not only 11 ships. We did 27 ships this year.
Yep.
I don't know how many ships. I can't remember off the top of my head how many ships next year, but it's close.
Well, he's
if not
27.
See,
so, dude, I cannot count 27. I can't. I can get to like 23, maybe 24. I don't know. I think I keep missing. I'm gonna go back through again and again and again. We'll see. But yeah, the Galaxy.
So some of those manufacturers have multiple.
Some big, some small.
Yep. But yeah. But
The thing with the Galaxy is that this thing's had a little bit of controversy around it. It was originally introduced as a modular ship, I think 3 years ago now. And part of that modularity was a base building module. Only a year later, when base building became a real sort of function that they started to design and they realized they needed to move some stuff around to make it possible, they kind of didn't have it including base building. And instead they had the Starlancer build coming out to introduce base building. This caused a whole bunch of backlash, and it was quickly remedied that this ship did indeed still include its base building module. Nonetheless, that left a little bit of a mark on its release. And if I'm... Stop being dumb, I should be able to find... Where the heck... Was there not an ISC on this one? Yeah, it was. The RSI Galaxy. Here's a little talk about what this thing is meant for.
They're intended to let you experience almost every part of the game. You can change between deciding to go off to a random planet and do some cargo missions, to changing your mind and decide to do bounty hunting and bringing a bounty back and putting them in your hole.
You're working on this ship?
So now, as we're on
That
the
sounds like fun.
verge of getting into more lawless systems like Pyro, I think multi-role is a great advantage to have because you don't know what's lurking around the corner and you'll be able to react to whatever comes at you.
And that's why we're introducing the Constellation's big brother, the RSI Galaxy.
That totally makes sense too, because you got constellations within the galaxies, right? So like obviously it's gonna be the bigger one. I wonder if they're ever gonna release the RSI universe. Don't worry, I'll be here until Saturday. Yeah.
The RSI Galaxy is a multi-role vessel with true modularity that has different sections of the middle of the ship that can be changed out to support significant and real gameplay loops.
I just want to say here, before everybody jumps on the bandwagon, I do think the Galaxy is really cool. No, I'm kidding. It is an amazing ship. If the modularity works out for it, that's great. But even without the modularity, if you just took one of these modules and said this was the permanent version of this ship, I think this is going to be an incredibly popular ship, just for the sake that being on the Perseus has made me realize how good of a size the Perseus is for like a 4-person ship. But the Perseus is purely combat focused, and we're all thinking very combat focused in the game right now. But as this game changes to a more industry and base building and crafting and blueprint focused game, I think this is going to be an incredibly interesting ship. And probably, what was that? Did y'all just see that? And that is my perfect transition into a segment about our socks, folks. That's right. Check out the tomato socks. They tell you where your toes are. They come on both your feet, and when you order them, you get 2 pairs instead of just 1. Spooky socks, available now. That was pretty solid, right? That was a good segue. No, but really, these are actually our custom socks, and we make them so they can keep your toes warm when it's cold out. They literally tell you, the other sock says "ma" over here, "ma toes." No, over here, "ma toes." Yeah, and you got to put them on the right feet or else you get confused. But if you want to check them out, they are available. ! Socks. They do a lot to support us and also your feet. You get 2 pairs of feet goodness with them, and you get to know that you made a tomato happy and smile. Anyways, that was weird. I don't like it when it falls off the wall like that. But this is going to be a really good ship. I think the Galaxy is going to be incredibly popular for small groups. Why don't we let them explain it?
It is built on the same kind of ethos as the Connie, but it's scaled up to a larger crew size.
The Galaxy has a very industrial feel compared to previous iterations, and the Constellation is a prime example. It has far less focus on its combat capabilities.
It's not a warship, so it's not bristling with guns, but it's got what it needs. We were just going for a ship that when you saw it, it just looked like you want to just get together with your friends, get that thing off the ground, turn it around, and just fly as far as you can.
For me, I think the favourite thing about the Galaxy is just the look of it, in conjunction with the layout. It does keep that classic RSI sort of sub-capital shape to it.
Dude,
we've got the nice big...
I'm also just thinking about how much detail the Perseus got from concept to in-game, and like this is such a beautiful... Okay, I'll be honest. The general shape of this ship, I'm actually not a huge fan of. I think it looks a little bit weird once you get past this like pillar in the middle here. The back half of the ship to me looks a little bit strange, but the more detailed designs here, I think just looks so interesting. Make me so interested to know what's inside this ship. And the way that they've changed these kinds of ships going from concept to in-game, I feel like this is only going to look better when we get it in-game.
Sub-capital shape to it.
Dorito hater.
We've got the nice big
I love a Dorito, man. The Perseus, I think, looks great.
The engines, like a kind of a titanium material to complement the kind of cooler greys. And
this one just looks a little bit weird in the back there.
For me, RSI goes into kind of 2 different groups. You've got the slightly kind of more bulbous shaped ships, and then you've got this really aggressive arrow-headed kind of stance.
It's a Dorito, you can say it.
Kind of really falls into that arrow-shaped kind of, driving the ship forward.
The interior architecture of the RSI brand is something that I really enjoy because it's got those nice upturned classic sci-fi walls that sort of canter in at the top. And
yeah, RSI loves their hexagons,
those because it means
pentagons.
You need a bit more room inside the vessel, so you just got to make sure you've got a bit more space. But when you've got a bigger ship like the
Look at that. Even this room he's in, this studio, is modeled after an RSI ship. And look at the window back here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Another hexagon. They love that over at RSI. RSI and I want to say Anvil love hexagons. Yeah.
See, there's enough room in there to get your accommodation for 6 players, all your functional habitation and recreation and all your kind of crew positions and everything. There's enough room to do that and have these cool extra wide corridors with a nice architecture.
Starting at the bridge, it's a central bridge that looks down onto the main
Oh,
part
that's
of the ship.
pretty cool looking, actually.
Directly behind that, in the top deck, you have the habitation section. So you'll have a shared habitation space, and then moving further back, you have individual bedrooms, as well as the captain having their own office as well as bedroom. Behind that, you have the engineering section that looks down onto the hangar area. And it's probably one of my favourite parts of the ship, because it has a nice look down onto the actual hangar, which is a rear loading hangar, which is really cool in my opinion. The floor beneath that is where the module is, within the centre of the ship. It's a relatively large space for the different modules you might need. And directly connecting to the module section, there's the hangar.
So the 3 modules that are available are a cargo module, which increases the cargo capacity of the ship significantly.
To what?
There's
What is the cargo? How much cargo? How could you not tell us? Star Citizen Galaxy. That'll pull it up. It better be some good cargo because you compete. So it's got 64 by default, and the modularity comes with the. Oh no. No. It provides 64 SU. That's very small. I'm betting they're gonna increase that. The 64 grid SCU cargo grids are 232 grids spaced at the edge of the hangar and do not interfere with the hangar. Oh, okay, no, this is for the hangar. So is there a cargo module? $64 is the standard, 512 is what it adds. Why is that not like here? Here we go. Okay, cargo. Vastly increasing the cargo capacity to 512. That makes a ton more sense. I was like, are you really going to sacrifice the entire modularity of the ship for 64? For 232 SU boxes? That's like the Golem. That was a little weird for a second there. Okay. So, you got 512 SU of storage plus the 64. Honestly, I could see them increasing that 512. It's got tractor cranes as well to move cargo in and out, so that'll be nice. I think it's a drop-down elevator instead of a ramp. We love a freaking elevator, dude. That's the bee's knees, those elevators. So like 512 is not bad. Probably won't go over 600 even if they do update it. You said it's 600 something? Maybe it is. Somewhere around 500 to 600 SCU of cargo for this is a solid amount of cargo. You could run some good missions on this as a cargo hauler. Let's take that in comparison to, say, the, you know what, let's compare it against the Taurus, since they're coming from the same company. How big an expansion over the Taurus would that be? It's about 3 to 4 times the size of the Taurus. Competitors would be like the Caterpillar, carrying around 600 SCU. So you're talking something to compete with the Caterpillar, which is around 111 meters in length, about the exact same as the Galaxy at 110 meters in length, at least in concept. So as a cargo module ship, the Galaxy's competing with the Caterpillar, is what you're thinking.
The capacity of the ship significantly.
Or the hull B, you're saying, has 512. It's going to take a smaller crew. It's going to be a smaller target, but you're going to have unprotected cargo on the outside. People are going to be able to strip that off very easily. And that could be a problem if you're going through places that are a little less protected. Because I don't think people are going to have to get through your shields to shoot cargo off of the whole series of ships. And it's not like you're going to be stopping to pick that cargo back up if somebody does shoot it off. That being said, I do think the hull B has its benefits. Definitely in safer space, it'll be better.
There's a refinery module, which it's got a sweet mechanism with the underneath where the cargo ramp opens, and we've got the saddlebag deposit. So this thing's going to work really well with something like a prospector.
And then
That's
the
gonna be
last
cool.
one is a medical.
That's it'll also be interesting. I think also this is a good point you guys are bringing up. The dedicated ships in each of these classes are probably going to be better for the specifics that they're doing, but the Galaxy having these exchangeable modules is probably where it's going to win. The whole master of or jack of all trades, master of none. The Expanse probably going to be a better refining ship. Caterpillar hull probably be better cargo ships. Even the, not the Idris per se, but maybe the Liberator is going to be a better vehicle transport ship. It's going to be interesting how this ship fits in because of its versatility as opposed to its raw skills and the numbers. And I think the numbers are a big thing. Remember, guys, armor, that's starting to come in, wear and tear, components, all this stuff is starting to come in and make us think a little bit differently about what numbers your ship has and whether that makes it good or not. Thickness of armor is going to start to be something people consider when they look at their ships.
Which is, it's got a sweet mechanism with the underneath where the cargo ramp opens, and we've got the saddlebag deposit. So this thing's going to work really well with something like a prospector.
And then the last one is a medical module.
The medical module is split into two halves. So in the very center, there's a lift that'll bring you up. So if there's anyone injured in a vehicle, you can get them straight into the actual medical wings. Alternatively, you can use the hangar at the back to fly someone in and unload them into the actual Galaxy.
This will be an interesting one too, because medical has changed since this module was created. Now, I think there's something to be said about the possibility of hosting yourself a clinic. And this is, we're starting to tread a little bit into the feature talk of next year, but this is possibly somewhere where features will start to make some differences next year. I don't know when they're going to do this, but they are introducing a respawn screen. And it'll basically give you the ability to choose various respawn locations for yourself when you do die. And they'll be based on, obviously, the distance from the bed, the type of bed, who owns it, what the permissions are, all that kind of stuff. But people could sit out in space and potentially have a ferry ship sit outside their galaxy, allow people to use this as their respawn in that local area, and fly people out to wherever they need to go after they respawn. I don't know. We'll see how this medical module works, though.
You can use the hangar at the back to fly someone in and unload them into the actual Galaxy. Inside the actual medical wing, you have an assortment of different tiered med beds for whatever injury the person might have sustained. Although it's been a while since we've showed off a modular ship or released any new ships that were modular, it isn't something that we wanted to move away from. Modular ships have a unique place in the universe because it helps push the multi-crew and multi-role ship. It's part of the reason why there's been less emphasis on multi-role ships in the universe recently. Now that we're getting closer to being able to deliver it, it's something we want to start revisiting again. The RSI Galaxy is perfect for a group of friends who want to be able to try lots of different aspects of the game and not limit themselves to one individual part, who one day might decide that them and all their friends are going to go out and do a load of mining and refining, making lots of money from gathering resources. But then
it would seriously be cool to have a group of friends and one of those friends has a galaxy and you just like, y'all chip in to get him the modules and you just choose any given week. Like, hey, let's go out and do some mining together and change out the module, hop in the ship, get together for like maybe a 2-day voyage where you go out for 3 hours each day or something. That's all still conceptual. I am very interested in seeing how that kind of stuff works out. I've never played an MMO. Many of you may know that how groups get together to play, but I think that CIG wants us to be able to go out in ships for multiple day voyages and understanding how they plan on making that a possibility with the whole log on, log off stuff. One of the big questions I have with ships like this.
The next day might decide that they want to do some cargo hauling across the verse, so they go from one system to another, transporting huge amounts of goods. The next day they might decide that them and their friends want to have a battle, so they need someone to be able to hear people. It's a ship that allows them to experience the most of the game without limiting themselves.
All right, so that is the Galaxy, which is probably the second most hyped ship coming out next year. The first most hyped ship is what we're going to finish off on. Actually, let me make sure I didn't cut them off, whoops, on any of the other ships they were supposed to be talking about here.
But all right, so yeah, that's been.
Yeah, so they talked about all the ships. So we're going to finish off then with one other one that they did mention. And we've talked about this actually quite a bit on this channel.
Kind of gives
but I'm going to give you a full look at it again, just like we did with the Galaxy, because this is another interesting one that's really, really gotten to people. And I think that's because basically two things. One, cargo hauling has become a very real thing over the last couple years that people can actually understand and imagine themselves doing, because the design has started to find itself, the actual gameplay started to be implemented. So I think people are more interested in cargo and can understand the pitfalls of current cargo ships and what might make other ones better. The other thing is that Drake makes really cool ships and people love them. So we're going to finish this little ship talk off, at least, and then we'll move on to the features with a look at probably the most anticipated ship coming out next year, the Drake Ironclad.
Let's force John Crew to talk about it now.
So in the Star Citizen universe, we have a lot of cargo ships, but they're sort of concentrated around the lower end of cargo hauling, sort of the low hundreds, SCU and below, and the very high end where there's multi-thousands. There's a mix of cargo ships which have their cargo on the inside, ones on the outside like the Hull series, and we really wanted to bring something different where it's sort of sits right in the middle. It's a nice progression step and facilitates both internal and external loading of cargo, which is where the Drake Ironclad comes in.
Definitely progression, but not for a solo player, I would say. Dekshan, thank you so much for the sub, man. Good to see you 6 months on the Prime here.
So the Drake Ironclad is the kind of next step up for Drake cargo ships. It kind of builds on what the Caterpillar brings, but in a much larger form.
The Drake Ironclad is a 6-person multi-crew armored freighter. A large proportion of the ship is dedicated to the cargo bay at the front of it, which has both a front ramp for loading and unloading cargo and small vehicles on the ground, as well as a retractable roof for doing that in space with EVA as well.
Little tight entrances to cargo ships doesn't necessarily lend itself to when you're out in deep space and you're trying to quickly move some cargo from one person's ship into your ship. Really, you want as much kind of access to be able to do that as you possibly can. So by having this kind of much larger opening on top of the ship, it allows us to kind of bring cargo in much easier.
So its role being a sort of...
So I think that really excites people, because one of the biggest things you'll know when it comes to putting boxes into ships in this game is like the physical nature of the boxes, and the still kind of jankiness of the way that they interact makes it, oh man, like moving them into tight spots, getting them through doorways, all that kind of stuff can be just such a pain. Being able to just have a gigantic open space to put boxes into this ship, it's actually really nice.
Armored freighter comes from two distinct ways. One, the cargo itself is more protected. It's within the cargo bay that has the armored roof section that covers it. So unlike, say, a Hull C where the cargo's on the outside, you can load it from the outside but then protect it with the Ironclad.
It is also more heavily armored than the Caterpillar, so it kind of gives a little bit more security to your kind of precious cargo.
The exterior is very classic Drake brutish styling, a whole lot of engines and a lot of framework and quite thin structural elements support the rest of the ship. Very bare bones styling. It doesn't have lots of nice padding. It's all there and exposed, and it's really just sort of rugged and to the point. So the Ironclad is really 3 distinct areas. You have all the accommodation in the rear sort of third of the ship. The front 2/3 is really just this cargo bay with the front entrance and the retractable roof. And then you have the command module, which has seats for the crew, plus a few little jump seats for everyone else. Command module is there to steer the ship when it's attached, and the command module serves as the escape pod as well. The only time you really want to
detach... the command module... I'm going to let him finish, actually. Sorry, little Kanye you, John.
Is in an emergency. It's not designed to be your sort of primary ship flying around.
It kind of gives you a little bit of a get out of jail free card if you're transporting stuff that is quite valuable, quite sought after in maybe some of our less desirable systems. What it allows you to do is kind of have a little bit of security. So if you're getting attacked or you're getting yourself into trouble, if you want to save yourself, you can kind of jettison your cargo and try and get out of Dodge and kind of get out to safety. And I think that's like a really important thing as we get closer to Death of a Spaceman.
Yeah, you need that because these Drake ships don't have escape pods. This is what they were talking about earlier when they mentioned the command module and how that would confirm that the Ironclad was coming on alongside it. This was considered a big deal when it was added to the progress tracker back in, I think it was August or September. And I mean, we could discern from the fact that the command module had been updated that they were clearly working on it to bring it in with the Ironclad. We also saw it in the monthly reports, which is another good confirmation sign that something's actually being worked on. So you can see it has work here going until February. And it reads, introducing the concept of vehicles taking over control from other host ships, primarily used for spaceships like the Drake Caterpillar and the Ironclad, of course. Now, it's an interesting feature, but you can tell that they didn't put too much effort into really fleshing out the idea of it here. I think it's something that's going to, I don't want to say it's a solution looking for a problem. I think it's a design quirk, and it's a feature that does need to be working. So for not even these kinds of ships, this would need to be working for other ships like the Endeavor coming out later, or the Crucible, I think. But I do wonder how useful it's going to be, how much they're really going to dive into the idea of escape pods and, more importantly, survival gameplay. Like, how survival gameplay in this game could be the coolest of almost anything. You could end up in situations where you get stranded on a planet and you have to build a base and find resources and craft your ability to call for help. But at the same time, you could just send out a message on Discord. Or like, how remote will you really be that you can't get some help in like 30 minutes? Part of me really wants to see them take this escape pod sort of command module, get out of jail free card that they're talking about, and expand on it and take it somewhere big. Another part of me is like, that just doesn't seem realistic for the game. So I don't know. But it is a cool feature on a pretty cool ship. And it's something that's likely going to be done the first half of this next year. Yeah, Mobiglass, exactly. Need beacons and forced to log in where you log out. Yeah, I'm just thinking, how long would it really take for somebody to get that beacon? Like, that's not really enough time to force you to need to start building stuff, you know? I think a really cool reality of a space game could be, if you do crash land on a planet, you have to at the very least build a habitation space for yourself. Which could be true on some very extreme planets, but on most, I think people will just be able to like chill and wait. I don't know. We'll see. Let's continue listening to the Ironclad, though. What else do they have to say about this thing?
Kind of get out to safety. And I think that's like a really important thing as we get closer to Death of a Spaceman.
With some of the recent tech that's come online, this brought us one step closer to implementing command modules properly. So not only will you see this detachable command module feature on the Ironclad, but as well it will happen on the Caterpillar.
Interior-wise, you've kind of got two entrances onto the ship. You can either enter via the command module, and that takes you straight into a kind of corridor section. It's kind of like almost like a mezzanine. You can either go up to the habitation area, which is top floor of the ship, gives you like super nice views out both the kind of cargo out the front and the rear of the ship, or you can kind of come down the ship into the main habitation area. Alternatively, you can enter through the dock and collar airlock, which is on the opposite side of the ship. At the rear of the interior of the ship, we've kind of got the heart of the engines. It's the big kind of engineering area where we've got all of the kind of main functional components needed for moving
Honestly,
such
that looks
a large
nice.
ship.
It just reminds me how bad the engineering area in the Caterpillar is. They're going to need to update that for sure. This one looks really just in this sort of concept mesh, it looks really grungy and kind of, I don't know, I guess industrial. Can't wait to see how it turns out.
Where we've got all of the kind of main functional components needed for moving such a large ship. And
that's
then
a massive
if you
cooler.
Kind of come slightly further forward, got we call it the kind of like the command deck. It's not a bridge, you can't fly the ship from it, but it's where you operate the tractor beams. It's where it kind of gives you good views out over the front and into space. You've got the tractor beam turrets, but also, visually you can kind of stand in this area or sit in this area and look out over the front and over the bow of the ship and kind of really see what you're trying to pull in or what you're trying to capture.
It's interesting to continue to give the pilot not the best view in these ships, or not really to center the entire ship around the pilot, because they're starting to slowly get people to think about ships as more than just transportation options. Everybody assumes that the main role in this game is flying spaceships. And it probably will be for the entirety of the game. But I think there's a lot more to do outside of flying spaceships that haven't been emphasized as much. And a lot of these ships that are starting to come in, I think, are kind of starting to show that more. And I'm guessing at some point when players join into Star Citizen, I don't know when that point's going to be, but at some point, players aren't necessarily going to be just thinking about flying spaceships when they join. At least not as like their first and main thing that they want to do. Some people already don't. I know I don't. Ruben, hey, it's good to see you, dude. Good afternoon. Or good morning from out here in the past. Welcome in, dude. Hope you've been having a lovely Christmas holiday season. And looking forward to a good 2026, my friend.
Your cargo hold. As we come downstairs, we've got a little kind of covered area at the rear of the cargo hold, and that is where you can store a couple of small ground vehicles or some of your equipment for moving vehicles and cargo around. And then you're into the main cargo hold of the ship, and this takes up the majority of the interior space.
It's just a football field
This is a large cargo hold. One of the things that we were kind of really keen to do was give lots of different views and different angles down into this cargo hold. Again, as we're exploring slightly less lawful systems, we wanted to give the players as much opportunities as we can to kind of be safe aboard their own ship. So either side of the players...
Dude, you can make like a whole team deathmatch map inside of this ship's hangar. I'm thinking like that Call of Duty 4 map with all the loading containers, or like the pit in Halo 3. Just like a tiny shipping container focused FPS map down here in this. Does this ship have a medical bed on it, man?
As much opportunities as we can to kind of be safe aboard their own ship. So either side of the cargo hold, we've got these gantries that run completely front to rear on the ship, and they give great view down into your cargo bay.
It's perfect. This is where the audience would sit to watch.
Of if there's someone tries to board you via the cargo bay, it gives you some nice cover opportunities. And we've also got a few little windows that kind of look down into it as well. As you move to the kind of like the very front, the very nose of the ship, those gantries lead into a kind of secure cargo area. It's somewhere that's a little bit more difficult to get to when you kind of enter the ship. The big thing we were referencing when we were looking at it was this idea of police evidence rooms. And so these kind of individual cages where you could put your most secure cargo, whatever it might be, in this area, and it would make it quite difficult to try and breach in or out of that area. So it gives us just somewhere a little bit more secure for kind of smaller cargo items.
How useful is this going to be for the real gameplay? I don't know. Is that going to be used in smuggling? Is there really a reason that anybody's going to be trying to steal stuff and not able to get in there? Like, if they've made it onto your ship, is that really going to stop them? Is it just for players? Are NPCs supposed to be boarding? Those are kinds of like the smaller features that sound cool about this ship, but I do await an explanation for why that would really matter to most players.
Finally, at the very front, we've got access.
Player-wise, obviously it will. Like, people go and try and steal your good stuff. If you want to host like a shop on here or something, or do something with your ironclad that makes it a little more available to the public, obviously it's nice to have secure storage, yeah.
Access to one of the main turrets and the tractor beam turret.
The biggest attraction for me with it is just the versatility of the cargo space. From a good citizen law standpoint, it is a cargo ship, but also that retractable roof and the tractor beams on board it give it some less legal opportunities for perhaps taking other people's cargo, ships, in space and on the ground. At the time of recording, we're also exploring a more military-themed variant of the Ironclad. It doesn't have a name yet, so we'll just call it the Drake.
Ironclad Assault.
Compared to the base ship, this has been
Which is what it
developed
was.
to support ground assault operations. It has additional turrets covering the upper and lower surfaces to provide more fire support, and the front section
This is almost like a mini Kraken.
of the cargo area has been redesigned to enable our largest vehicles in game to be deployed from it, such as the tank. In addition, the cargo bay has been reduced in size to facilitate a onboard repair facility. So for those of you who want to have a journey in the cargo profession, traditionally you would start out in something, say like a hull A. The next step up from there really is sort of into Drake Caterpillar territory. So you're doing roughly a 8 to 10 times jump in cargo capacity. From there, the Ironclad sits nicely between those smaller ships and the much larger bulk carriers such as the Hull C, and then ultimately you get to things like the Hull D, E, and Kraken at the end of the cargo career.
You said Kraken.
Yes.
Was that a hint at anything?
Toes.
It's not a hint at anything, but making the Ironclad makes the Kraken easier.
Yeah, they've already confirmed the Kraken's coming afterward. Probably a 2027 ship.
So building out the Ironclad does, of course, kind of help us with building out the Kraken. I think increasing that visual library of assets that we can pull from and use in a Drake manufacturer at the right scale is super valuable for when we move on to the larger ships.
Of course, in non-Drake related news, players in this year's event probably noticed...
Okay, so that's mainly what we know about in terms of ships. Now, there's also a large salvager. I have no idea where that was, but they had leaked or mentioned an orange salvager. Hold on, maybe we can find that real quick if we just do a search for orange. Which was the last ship I think we know anything about. Here we go. This would be it.
Need an orange salvage ship.
An orange one?
Yeah.
Why an orange one?
Because I think salvage suits orange ships.
All right.
No, that didn't really tell us much. Just that they want to do an orange salvage ship. Could be Drake, could be Argo. Likely we'll know more later. Not sure if that's a 2026 thing, but it is something for the future. They are working on the Liberator. I don't know. I don't think that's going to be coming next year. Either way, that's generally a pretty freaking deep dive into the ships we know mostly about in 2026. Now we move on to features. By the way, Songbird, thank you so much for the sub. I do appreciate you. Pizza update when? You mean when are we making pizza? Whoa! Oh no! I dropped it. I dropped it, it's done. It's a medium salvager and orange is only Argo, Drake is yellow. Hey, you never know. You never know when Drake might jump into the orange gang, but you are right. Argo generally does orange stuff. But also, doesn't that make it a little bit too obvious to say it's orange, Argo orange? Almost like misdirection. All those pizza shops and no pizza. You know what? I can add that to my list here. Pizza in 2026. Good call. Good call. Pizza was back in the files in 3.19. Isn't that great? Isn't that just so fantastic? Sounds even better on the microphone. Love magnets. Ah, sorry, guys, I'm terrible. All right, let's talk about features, yeah? So there are also plenty of features that we have a pretty good idea of being at least a focus for next year. And there are a few different places that we can go to find this stuff. The Guide to Nyx has plenty of stuff that we know is planned for next year, so we'll be going over that. The letter from the chairman, wherever the heck that is, also has some talk about plans for next year. So we'll be going over that as well. And then there's also just kind of some things that we've heard about throughout this year that we know are pretty important for the following year that we're going to go over. So the first thing we're going to talk about is the inventory. Is that super? It's just so casually the most desperate thing we could all need. We all just kind of every once in a while collapse in our seat at the lack of a good inventory system.
It isn't super.
So I'm going to let them explain a little bit of what they're looking to do with it. And then we'll talk about where they are in their progress towards it, because I think this is going to be coming into the game sooner than later, like really soon, at least in terms of testing. Here's a look.
Obvious straight away, and that is that you'll be able to access other inventories that are nearby to you within proximity. So if we start drawing, we imagine we've got our storage box over here, and then we kill the guy. Yeah, thank you. We kill the guy. Here he is. He's on the floor. So he would be accessible as one of the tabs up here, and then the inventory box would be over here. Same on the other side. And so when you press I to access the inventory, you can then access the dead bodies inventory, access your storage box. You can start moving stuff around without having to direct.
Yeah, this is awful. When you're in Star Citizen and you're standing next to a body and you just want to move some of the stuff from their inventory into yours, you can't just do it. You have to click into their actual inventory first, which locks you out of the other inventories. It's one of the more annoying things when it comes to looting, because the best way to loot in this game is you get a whole bunch of people, you go into an area, you get one box, you put that box in a central location, and then everybody can drag what they need to into that box. But very, very slowly, we've been having to move through this process of that actually being a reality. First, you couldn't both open the box, then you couldn't grab things from one thing next to you and put it into the box, and it's terrible. Not to mention being able to stack all, being able to filter, search for stuff, all of that's been missing. So the inventory, we all know it sucks. And it's very exciting to see this one being worked on, because this is August and it was in concept. They've already got a working version in the game, at least on their end. So I do think that we'll be testing this probably by the end of January, if not in February.
Go up to the body, go up to the box, press F. So
yeah, it's proximity looting.
To kind of get in there and start looting.
Something else that excites me about this is also that they're starting to show item stats. We just have no clue what anything in the game actually does relative to the other stuff. You could barely get some of that information, but a lot of times you have to find it online. And so it's hard to even get an idea of whether you like one thing over another, other than outside of the feels and the vibes you get from it, or what somebody else may have told you. It's going to be really nice to start to be able to compare items in this game. Oh man, it's crazy, dude. That's the most basic thing. But at the same time, it's not incredibly important for a super tech demo environment, right? So I'm not going to excuse them for not having basic comparison and stats in the game by this point. But also considering we weren't even doing anything loot related until just a few years ago, it would have been really stupid for them to put this kind of stuff in before that. I think this would have been great to have in a couple of years ago when they first got the inventory in. But I don't... It's a basic thing, and it's also just something that wasn't really necessary. I don't know how to feel about it, but God, I'm glad that we can freaking search for stuff.
Get rid of all this. If we focus in on one of the panels, you can see it's called Personal All. That's just kind of the default person would be on the left, and it's all because it's showing everything that is stored upon your person at that moment. If you wanted to see what is in your backpack in particular, you have these side tabs, and then we have a search function which has been added in. If you were to click this, a search box will come out over here, and you can search the item that you want. You have your select all, your opacity, you have your filters. These filters are kind of similar to the freight elevator, where you have the drop down box with the subcategories here, and we're working on these filters being multi-purpose. What I mean by that is, at the moment, filters, you click them once and it means I want to see these items. If you were to click them twice, it would hide that category of item. Now, there's a lot of people with freight elevators full of decorations they don't really care about at the time, so they could just hide all the decorations if they want to. Clear filters, sorting options. When crafting comes in, this will be big because you want to sort by quality, items here, that kind of stuff. And then tucked away in the corner is stack all, so that's a nice quality of life addition as well.
Just a nice little addition. Just a nice little addition.
Yeah. There he is.
Anything about maybe getting to name our boxes, label our boxes?
Yes.
Oh
so
yes.
Your...
Not just label them, but color them, dude. Labeling. Oh, yes.
Your commodity box, and then this would be like a backpack. And
see, this is also super key, as somebody said in chat, because crafting, and that's why. Not only am I saying this wasn't all that necessary up until the last year or two, and I do think that it's a little bit late because we did need it over the last year or two. It's also not necessarily something they need for Squadron. I think Squadron 42 only needs that looting menu. Think about most of the shooter campaigns you've ever taken part in the game. Most of the time, you're not actually doing the inventory management. Things like Halo, Battlefield, Call of Duty, Resistance, Killzone, any of those sort of cinematic shooter games, you're not really doing a ton of deep inventory stuff. So I do think that the looting menu is mainly what we'll use in Squadron. And because we haven't had crafting, mostly we haven't had item customization or looting. They just haven't really had a menu that was made for it. We didn't even have a lot of items in general in the game to sort through. It's kind of like how the star map was made for just Crusader, a few space stations, and the Daymar area. If I look at the old star map, I think I have some video footage of it. Yeah, look at this. This is what the star map was made for originally. You can see that Hurston's here, R-Corp's here, Microtech is going to be somewhere. I don't even think it's on the menu yet. But all of the locations are right here around Crusader. You zoom in, and this is really all it was meant for. This is the whole game. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. 11 to 15 locations. All of them within pretty close line of visibility to each other. And not a lot of places you have to go or filter through. So once the game started to grow, that old star map felt really outdated. And it's not that much better now, but at least we can search and stuff. That kind of stuff wasn't necessary for how small the game was before. Same thing happened with the inventory. And it's taking a long time to get it changed, just like with the star map. But I'm glad that now it is, because holy crap, we need these things bad.
The options will be to right-click and just rename them. So you could say like, oh, this is my box with high quality Jana lighting, whatever.
You've given Boring Gamer, Salty Mike, and Space Tomato so much content for the next week.
Bro, we're not done. We've got tooltips and everything.
Oh my god.
Elliot doesn't even know, dude. He thinks it's 1 week. Like I said, brother, we're out here like 6 months later still using that.
God, here he goes.
So, as you can see, looking at the inventory, everything's a square now. Instead of it being a mix of squares and long rectangles, that'll also be applied to the freight elevator, so the ship guns won't take up half the screen. Get a lot more information available to you. We have the equipment panel, where I know I just said they weren't rectangles. These ones are, but regular weapons.
Thank God a freaking loadout.
I'm technically true, but also
maybe when now that they're getting loadouts saved, we can have suit lockers working, so you could just one-click equip all this stuff.
3 is basically like the slot they're in, and then again, if you were to look at your ammunition, you can see which weapon it's viable with. If we go over to the character, we have all the slots. The slots will be shown by default here, and they're contextual. So if you want to quickly see all the backpacks you have available to you, if you were to click the backpack slot, then the various inventories would filter to only show the backpacks. Yep, we have the new tooltips, which are very nice. Rather than being text, we have bars. You've got a bit of info here. When we have crafting, then the crafting, the person who made it would replace the manufacturer. So it was crafted by whoever it was crafted by. We have taken into consideration wear and tear with integrity and durability. And I suppose you know there's more than 3 stats on a weapon, so if you were to right click and details, you get the full view with the scroll bar, the attachments, description which can be expanded, and then if you hover onto an item of the same type, you'll see the comparison stats as well. You can make the icons bigger or smaller. If you've got bad eyes, you can make them a bit bigger. Elliot, don't make a joke about it. The thumbnails as well, obviously there's a problem where sometimes they don't load, or sometimes they appear as holograms.
Hold up, can we go back real quick? This screen, this is actually, man. Honestly, I don't think most people, it's not even a big deal, these kind of UIs, but I bet most people wouldn't think this was a UI from CIG because they haven't been able to deliver UIs this succinct yet in the game. I really do hope that the inventory ends up having just this kind of a straightforward display of stuff. I can't say it's perfect just looking at it from a glance here, but it looks very easy to understand. Which I think many of you will agree sometimes can be a challenge in Star Citizen.
To an item, you got bad eyes, you can make them a bit bigger. Elliot, don't make a joke about it.
Stop talking to Mr. Chair. Leave him alone. Okay, this has been enough inventory. I'm going to show you where this has gone since then. Because as you guys are smart people, you've been around for a while, you know how CIG does. Sometimes they just talk about this stuff, they'll show you a couple concept pictures, and then who the heck knows where it goes after that. But they did give us a quick look at the progress on this back at CitizenCon, and they actually included it in the crafting talk, just in case you were like, because of how clear I was making it, that crafting is a big part of why they're getting this inventory stuff together. Just look at how they present it here.
MMO, we don't have levels, we have ships, we have gear, we have things that you create in the world, you perfect, you research, you improve, and those items, those ships, those vehicles, the armor and weapons, that's how you progress in Star Citizen. Crafting isn't just a progression mechanic for creating new items, it's also
a really sketchy way of showing that progression, because this implies that the same person, and this is just really reading into it. I don't think this is how most people will take it or even think that deeply about it, but reading into this kind of implies that somebody is starting at an Aurora and ending at an Idris, and that's just not true. For most players in Star Citizen, you're just simply never going to own an Idris, and that's okay.
Ships, those vehicles, the armor and weapons.
Again, I don't think necessarily they're saying that. It's just this video kind of implies
That's
it.
how you progress in Star Citizen. Crafting isn't just a progression mechanic for creating new items. It's also a fundamental change to how we handle resources in the game. The materials that you collect, how you refine them, quality matters.
So for the first time ever, you can see they have quality levels on the minerals being mined here. This is going to be a big part of mining going forward, and probably a massive change to mining next year.
Crafting the weapons, you'll be able to have some quality materials to influence the item stats on those weapons.
It'll be somewhat random, potentially weighted on the location of the material. Some will have a higher chance of higher quality. And once you take those materials to your crafting bench, the fabricator, you can use them to craft, and the different...
There's a taser. Not saying that this is any sort of a feature that's coming in 2026, but we are... This is the Preacher Armaments taser too. You can see it from that logo on the side there. Let me see if I have a picture of it. Pretty easy to match it up. So you see this You see this word, preacher? You can see it's got that same shape right there. So they are teasing the same gun they were teasing 3 years ago. And this is closely related to bounty hunting and non-lethal takedowns. Don't know if that's going to be a thing next year. They haven't talked about it at all, so I doubt it. But clearly they want us to know about it. This also looks... This looks kind of like the Mass Effect Andromeda helmet. Is this a helmet currently in game? I kind of like it. Do you guys think they take any inspiration from Halo for these helmets? I feel like a lot of them look like what I would expect from a Spartan helmet, and I'm not sure if that's just because it's like another sci-fi IP that's trying to do cool helmets, and it just so happens that it's like that, or if there's some pointed design overflow. I wonder if any of these folks worked on Halo who are working on Star Citizen now. That's the Calva helmet. Okay. I don't think I've seen it yet. It's a flight helmet that doesn't give hit markers, so you don't use it for combat. Huh. Looks like a pretty solid casual helmet, though. I like finding new things. That's fun.
And the different attributes will be increased based
you find
on
it in
the
loot crates?
quality of the materials you use. It's not just iron ore anymore. It's iron ore of the quality that you know will get you the stats for the item that you desire. And it's not just mining. It's essentially every resource we can get our hands on.
To support this, we also need major changes to inventory so that all...
And there it is. The big reason they're doing this is because inventory. If there's going to be something done in Star Citizen, it's because it just kind of needs to be done at that moment. If there's something that is not feeling like it's ever getting touched on, sorry, but they don't think it's a high priority. Shout out to my 600i owners in the chat. I feel you. Honestly, though, even bigger shout out to my merchantman owners in the chat. Yeah.
Of these new resources that you're collecting.
So here it is.
You can see what you...
As you can see, it does look pretty... It takes... We'll say that it takes some good... It takes strong inspiration from what they showed us. It's not exact. It's not the exact same kind of display, but I do think that there's still... Like, this is a super early version of it. But you can see that it is moving in that same direction. You've got the equipment with the loadouts down here. You've got the personal inventory up here. Whatever outside inventory is over here, he's showing you the filters up top. They look basically the same as what they're showing over here. The tabs to give you the ability to switch between your different stuff. You can name your inventory up here. You can search for it, select all, capacity. Like, they're going in the same direction. So that's a, what, 2-month difference? July to October is what, 3 months? Yeah, 3-month difference. Starting to get it to be functional.
You can order it better. You can understand what you have in your inventory.
We won't have...
So that's really the only big update we have on the inventory visually. But you can also go into the letter from the chairman, and I believe he mentions here that the inventory is a big focus for next year in 2026. As part of our item recovery work, inventory, insurance, and cross-patch platform are also getting significant improvements as core systems need upgrades. So inventory, they're messaging to us that it is important, and I have next to no doubt that this is going to be something we see early next year. And that brings us into the next topic. There was actually something that folks were asking about that would be more important to go over, but I can't remember what that was, and I've got item recovery mind right now. You may have heard me mention something there when we talked about the inventory. Many of you know item recovery as the harbinger of death, the worst thing to ever happen to you, the thing that will kill Star Citizen and literally stop all looting from mattering in the game going forward. Yes, item recovery. It may have ruined your day back in March when they first added this to the game, and I'm sorry. Locke, you're on it. Thank you. Remind me of that when we're done here. You may remember when they brought in item recovery T0. If not, a little reminder. Items stored in your inventory will not be protected and will remain in your corpse upon death, available to be looted, stolen by other players, or retrieved by you. Items such as magazines and medpens that you have equipped can still be looted from your corpse. However, you will also respawn with these items, as duplication concerns for these types of consumables are less concerning at this stage. The actual change was that items will respawn with you. The exact item you had equipped at the time of death will respawn with you when you die, including weapons, armor, magazines, medpens, and your core loadout. However, items stored in your inventory, such as your backpack or other containers, will remain on your corpse, making them available for looting or retrieval. So this was tier 0 of item recovery. This was done because a lot of people still think this is a permanent change that was done to change the way the game plays. It was not. This was done as a response to player complaints. We're going to go back in time a little bit to before the item recovery, before the cargo refactor was done. You guys remember this? This is when they were first talking about the cargo elevators and like how they would work and how physical cargo would work. September of 2023. We weren't even moving boxes around. You just press a button and all the cargo would pop into existence. Weird times. During this time, though, they did address a problem that a lot of players had been having for the last couple of years now. Now that we were starting to get into an era of time where there was actually persistence problems, where you could lose things, where you could unlock new achievements and rewards in the game, people were starting to care more about being able to actually retain that stuff. So item recovery became a topic.
So lots of changes coming to Star Citizen with the work being done by the North America Persistent Universe team. So let's go ahead and let them bring it all home and see if we can't maybe just sneak in one more tiny, big addition people have been waiting for too.
Another big thing that we're working on is unique item recovery. This is something that the fans have been asking for a long time.
Now, keep in mind, this is 2023. This is a full year and a half. Almost 2 years, actually. This is more a year and 3/4 before they implemented item recovery tier 0. It was not just a knee-jerk reaction that they did.
And we're hoping that it's really going to finally resolve this problem of losing items or losing items mid-mission.
It looks like a simple subject, but there's a lot of little things to think about, like people buying some gear, giving to their friend and claiming it back. What happens to the version that was given to their friends, or even like if your body gets looted by somebody, how do we want to kind of cope with that?
So one of the ideas that we have running right now is that you would have a lost and found within your hab. So if you're playing, your mission crashes, you lose your progress, but you can go back to your hab, restart that mission, grab that item, and continue on where you left off. And we're really hoping to apply this to subscriber items and other unique items as well.
I think in the long run, we have a lot of plans. Just really trying to build out a feature set that can incorporate a lot of different ships, that can incorporate your teams, that allows you to be more in control. It allows you to try to find the best ways that work for you and your group. And right now, that's the main thing we're working on.
Our universe is big. We're going to keep building more systems, more planets, and we really want to find a way to make that exciting. We want to have you take goods from one planet to the other, explore places that you haven't seen, loading up, organizing all of your gear, all of your equipment. That better be somewhere in the game. Having it.
This better be in the game somewhere.
Organizing.
It looks incredible. Picasso.
All of your gear, all of your equipment, having it snapped to a grid, keeping everything safe. And it's a huge part of Star Citizen and where we want to go with the game.
That is a summary of that we're working towards for physicalized cargo. Now, this is going to be an ongoing process starting.
Okay, so that is them talking about item recovery. And it wasn't until more than a year later that they actually were able to start rolling something out about it. They actually don't put that in here. I think it would have been great for them to put that in here as something to show how far back the references go for this kind of thing. But that's why we're here, right? We're making content out of their content. That's what we do. We just read the patch notes. Hey. So they did the tier 0 implementation of this earlier this year, and it has been annoying to a lot of people. I mean, I've found it annoying, but it has definitely made the game more playable, which was the point of 2025. In the meantime, while they worked on the real solutions for item recovery, which revolved around crafting. Since crafting, as we went over earlier, this stream got delayed and they couldn't release the forge and all that stuff. Obviously, this also wasn't able to be worked on. This was all the stuff we would have had last year if they hadn't focused so much on playability. That being said, I do think they made the right call, at least for the short term. But tier 1 is going to be coming soon. We've seen it in the monthly reports a couple of times. Obviously, with the way that they're talking about the inventory system and the crafting systems coming in, it is part of the new rollout in these features that they're going to be testing. Let's talk about what it is, though. It's going to introduce the ability to register your gear and ships at kiosks or ASOP terminals. So the guy in this video had mentioned something about a little thing that you could like...
and continue on where you left off. And we're really hoping to...
In the long run, we have a...
progress, but you can... your mission lost and found. So one of the ideas that we have running right now is that you would have a lost and found within your hab. So if you...
Right, so that would be kind of like the kiosk that he's talking about here, or the ASOP terminals. And they say here, personal loadout, personal player. Players can register their equipped items, which can be reclaimed for a fee at specific kiosks or freight elevators, so you're never losing your stuff. This is also important to remember when we talk about Death of a Spaceman going forward later, forever in the future. You're not ever going to actually lose your stuff if you register it or insure it, as we'll talk about later. Ships and interiors. Ships, along with their loadouts, decorations, and locker contents, can also be registered. They can then be claimed in the state they were previously registered at ASOP terminals for a price. We already do this. We claim our ships, we pay a price, it's a money sink. It'll become more of a money sink as we go forward. Looting and bricked items. Once an item is looted, it remains usable until the original owner reclaims it or marks it as stolen. At that point, a dead man switch is activated, meaning it will cease to function after a period of time. We can see this in the inventory concept they have here. You can see down here, registered to John Doe, and then on the left side it says bricked. So you'll be able to always see who you might have stolen a weapon from, who lost that weapon, and you found it somewhere in some location. This is why I love persistence, man. Imagine going out somewhere in like just the most distant locations and finding like a random pistol, and then actually being able to see who that pistol belonged to, and then sending them a message and being like, hey, when were you out here? When did you drop this? They're like, that was 4 months ago. Bro, I'd be like, that'd be so sick. So I'm excited for that kind of thing. But as it is, you will be able to use other people's stuff. You will be able to loot other people's stuff. But if they do get back to somewhere and register it and mark it as stolen, you can't use it anymore. That being said, while a looted or stolen bricked item is no longer usable, you can still sell it for credits. So looting people for their really valuable stuff, as long as the economy is working correctly, should be good. What's going to be interesting is seeing if you could go and sell a bricked item or a stolen item to another player. Would they be willing to hold on to it until like T2 comes out or something? I don't know. As quickly as people die, it's simply not feasible to have to replace everything. Yes, but maybe people won't be dying as quickly. They have to build this for the game that it's going to be, not the game it is now. Or else the game it would end up being would suck. It might be, I think it's probably going to be a very simple process when you get these things back. At least when you're at a hospital. Doesn't need to wait because of bugs. Register it, then you can't lose it. Yeah. All right, continuing on. They say that pledge items are going to be auto-registered. So this also falls in line with what was said at CitizenCon last year when they talked about 1.0. Richard Tyrer spoke at decent length here about insurance and warranties. Listen to the way he talks about this. This is all moving in the same direction. From inventory to crafting to insurance.
Insurance by itself will only pay out credits based on the wear and age of your ship. Insurance, I think you want to listen to this bit because it's important. Insurance with a warranty, though, will give you back a new ship, plus any other equipment or decorations based on the tier of insurance you had.
So clearly the insurance that we're working towards is just the registration they're talking about in this Tier 1 implementation that we'll probably see in 2026.
Okay, so this is the bit you need to listen to. All ships bought on the Pledge Store will come with a permanent warranty and their appropriate insurance.
And that is the auto registration of all pledge items in this Tier 1 implementation. So we're just moving slowly towards this full insurance situation. This is generally how insurance will work for anybody who's wondering that kind of question. We're already doing it to some extent whenever we claim our ships. This is just going to give us more visibility over what we're claiming and more choice to choose to claim something or not. Some people don't have the money, won't have the money, or don't want to put the money towards this stuff, or like the risk. And so they will go without insurance or without registration. Other people will pay that money, but that's kind of factoring into the fact that like you're gonna have money sinks in this game. If you have like 20 ships, if you actually bring those ships into the physical game, you're gonna have to pay for insurance, for the fees to store those ships wherever they are. If you use them a lot, obviously, you'd have to pay for like the upkeep of them. I think a lot of people are going to regret how many ships they have. And hopefully there is a way to loan and sell those ships in the future. But man, yeah, there's a lot of conversation, a deep rabbit hole to go from here. But this is where the game starts to get very real. And I think this is going to happen fairly soon after crafting comes in. The last point here says, with Tier 1, you will no longer respawn with your preserved gear already equipped. You will need to visit a location, that's that spot we talked about, that kiosk, such as your freight elevator, to reclaim your registered items. We are developing a quality of life feature to allow you to re-equip your previous full loadout with one auto-equip button at this location. That's how suit lockers are going to work. It's a big part of why people think this game is too slow. It takes forever to get your stuff back. If you register or insure your stuff, you'll be able to go back and click one button and have all your stuff right back there on your body. So certain parts of this game will slow down if you don't pay attention to them, but certain parts of this game are going to speed up because of quality of life and stuff. And that's item recovery. After this, we will move to ways where you can restore a bricked item. This starts to get into fencing, smuggling, more kind of organized crime sort of stuff, and it's the ultimate goal for what they want to do in Star Citizen. But for now, we're looking at Tier 1, and that I think is coming probably in the next 3 months, 4 months maybe. Fingers crossed. Now, oh boy, now we're going to talk about social tools. This is another one, probably one of the most important things that could come into the game in 2026. They've got a lot of plans for social tools. They want to do looking for groups. They want to do specific parties. They want to do notes on players. They want to allow you to have shoot on sight lists. Oh my gosh, you're supposed to have beacons. Service beacons are going to be a thing. VoIP is going to be so much better. You'll be able to ask people for help and see their reputation and ratings when they do those kinds of things. It's great. It's grand. I'm going to run you through some of the most interesting parts of social tools. I don't think all of this is going to be reality in 2026. I think we'll get the bare minimums and the basics, but I do think we'll start to see the first real significant moves to get us into a more social environment. Number one thing, in my opinion, is better text chat and better voice chat. Then we can get to looking for group and all that stuff, but they need to make it better and easier to contact certain people. Oh, and org lists and friend lists in the games. Let me add friends and stuff in the game. It's crazy, dude. It's the freaking basics, man. This is one of those things that I do say they usually work on stuff when it starts to become important, but social stuff has been important in this game for so much longer than they've given it proper looks at. And I think I do understand that, like, this is all very heavy UI stuff, and they haven't had a good UI basis to work on, working on Flash and not having building blocks to work with. But this is painful. And this was also talked about here by Chris, I think, in the letter from the chairman. Yeah. So in addition to inventory and crafting, he also mentioned social tools as one of the foundational features that they would be working on in 2026. The full sentence here is, we'll continue improving stability and depth in Star Citizen while expanding and connecting core systems that shape how you play. From engineering to inventory, crafting, social tools, and other fundamental features alongside expanding the playable universe itself. He didn't say quantum travel. He didn't say base building. He didn't say hacking or exploration or scanning or tangential jump points, transient jump points, whatever they're called. He said social tools next to inventory and crafting. And I think that's a pointed message that these are some of the most important things that we'll probably be seeing more about. So again, I don't know what it's going to be, but here's at least some looks at where social tools might be going next year.
Go. Friends, that's your closest group. It's the first go-to when you want to play. Our current friend system is dated, and it includes things that are, well, not really friends. So my first question goes off to JJ to kick us off. What are we doing to improve friends and friends management?
So we're taking our oldest app in the Mobiglass, the Comlink app, and we're upgrading it to a brand new social app. And this is now going to be your one-stop shop for all of your friends and group gameplay.
That's actually kind of funny you mentioned that, Insanity, that we currently get almost 700 people in a single instance now when we're using the same chat services, almost the same chat services that we were when we had 50 people in the same instance. That's more than that's more than a 10 times increase. And we're still using the same services, bro. This one is so behind. There's no excuses for this one. Like I said, even if UI was a problem, there had to have been something to do here. Oof.
Now, this is the new and improved friends list. So you'll notice, sadly, one of our oldest friends that we all have is missing, though, and that's ATC. Sadly, our friendship has ended with ATC.
The freaking friends list doesn't even let you scroll through all your friends anymore.
So this is now just a dedicated space for your real friends. So you're now going to be able to see what those real friends are doing with richer presence information. So giving you better awareness of where your friends are, what they're doing, or if they're not on, when they were last seen. And then you'll also be able to reflect
that
your
last
own
scene
status.
date, dude. How many of my Xbox players out here seeing like friends last seen on Xbox Live like 8, 9, 10 years ago? It's going to be great when it first comes out and everyone's online, but at some point that will be true for Star Citizen too. You're just going to see last seen 6 years ago on there. Sad day. Hopefully they'll come back when 1.0 comes out.
So you can let friends know if you're away, don't want to be disturbed, or if you just want to hide offline for a while. Another key upgrade is synchronizing with Spectrum as well. So you'll be able to see friends that are in Spectrum itself, Arena Commander, or just chilling on the launcher. And that also means that you can accept and receive invites to and from Spectrum even while you're offline. And throughout this presentation, any functionality that is shared between the game and the web and the launcher, we're aiming to synchronize across all. And speaking of synchronizing,
that's going to be
when
great.
we have multiple characters.
That is also one of the only times they've mentioned multiple characters in this game in years. I do not know why he got the okay to say that. Usually they don't say things like that since last year. But that one got in there, and the mention of multiple characters, I think, is a very, very loaded thing to say. Obviously, a lot of the original backers know that that's always been part of the plan, but considering a lot of people think the game will always play how it plays now, it's probably good news to some folks.
And speaking of synchronizing, when we have multiple characters, your friends will be shared across all of them too.
Nice. So some people are real socialites. I know, I've seen them. They have a lot of friends. I'm talking multiple pages and pages of friends. What are we doing to help management of huge friends list?
Nice humble brag, Ben. Well, in fact, we are giving you the ability to add notes to your friends list so you can remember, hey, this is that cosplayer that I met at CitizenCon 2954. Or maybe it's JJ's super weird username. This is JJ.
Yeah,
Also,
it's that weird guy that
can
kept
add people
forcing
to
me
your
to
favorites list, meaning that
take
the
med
people that you
pens.
interact with most in the game are always going to be shown at the top of your friends list for
So
your
yeah,
convenience.
a friends list is good. You guys all know that, but voice chat's even
To
better.
the social app. And, well, why? Who are you going to call? That's the question. You're going to call your friends. You're going to call your party. So this is where it should live.
Seem to have got a lot of UEC there as well, Ben.
I swear to God, I didn't dupe any cargo. This is just my personal allowance.
Yeah, sure.
All right, so that's all cool for your close buddies, but the one thing that always happens when you meet people is that some of them aren't nice. Abusers, pad rammers, active griefers, you know? Currently, we can't do anything about that in the game. What are we doing to help the situation?
So in addition to the friends list, we're also now going to have a block list. And we like to think of block
So this has already started. They put the ability to block and mute players into the chat now. I haven't used it. I don't know exactly how it works, but it'll be useful to some extent, for sure. I mean, God, some people get targeted, and that ain't fun. Sometimes you just want to play.
We're going to make it harder for you to see each other as well. Now, we also have a much requested hostiles list for people who have made a real enemy of you as well.
The KOS list is finally making its way in.
Oh, yeah. You'll also be able to add notes here as well, just so you can remember that person I blocked 2 years ago. You remember why, because you're going to forget. And then for those
Hostile list is good. All of this needs to be also, there needs to be an org version of all these things. Org friends, org blocked, org kill on site, that kind of stuff that gets shared throughout your whole group.
It does have some cool features like party launching, the party markers, quantum syncing. It's all good stuff, but
Quantum
let's take a
syncing,
closer
oh my
look
gosh.
at the new features of the party list. So, with server meshing, we are right now at a unique opportunity for us. So we already support large parties, but we want to do this well. We have been seeing what you do in the tech previews, and people have been partying up in hundreds.
100 plus people in one ship? Come on.
And that's all right. We just want to make sure that we're adding better support for this, like search functionality, making it easy to find people in your party. Also, just like we did with a friends list, we're adding rich presence here as well. But for
If an anti-PvPer blocks a pirate because they're a toxic griefer, then that pirate can't even extort them, so they'll just kill them, and that anti-PvPer will then post on Spectrum. They didn't even communicate. I mean, that's just them being dumb. To some extent, I think we should be looking out for that. But we can't be changing game design because people are dumb. We as a community need to shame that. Like, it's going to be case by case because every single situation could be some like, there are so many little variants or variables in that situation that could make it either that the person is being harassing and they are griefing this person and they should be taken care of. And then there also are so many different ways that could be not bad. But I think it's worse to I think it's worse to rob that person of protecting themselves if it was harassment than it would be to not give people an option just so that they're forced into that situation. We can always come back around and make sure as a community that we make it clear how the game is supposed to work. But like, if there is for some reason a need that person needs to be away from the other person, I think they should have that opportunity, at least socially speaking, voice chat and stuff like that. I think there's definitely something to be said about blocking people and then complaining about not having communication with those people. It is part of what you're accepting when you do block those people. And maybe there should be a warning that pops up when you decide to block someone. Hey, you're blocking this person. It does not mean they can't interact with you, and you are foregoing your ability to work through those problems or figure that out, I think that there are many different ways that they could work players through this process while still giving them the option. Player-created bounties kind of address this to an extent. They'll help.
For the party, you're going to want more real-time gameplay-related info, like if someone's downed or dead or maybe offline for some reason. A big thing, though, is the ship and seat breakdown. So you will see. Yeah, maybe that's worth applause.
Yeah, that's a pretty big one.
So,
I actually forgot about that.
You will see all the vehicles that your party members are in, as well as the seat that they are in. This will give you great situational awareness and allows you to coordinate better than ever before.
That actually doesn't seem that hard since you can see all that information on the map. Skidim Pop. Skidim Map. Thank you for the sub on Twitch. Thanks for the Prime sub. Last Prime sub of the year, folks. Appreciate you. You don't have to use it here, but use it for somebody that you love on Twitch and you want to support. If you have Amazon Prime, you get a free sub every month. And I hear if you do it for the last of the year, Bezos has a worse New Year's Eve party. Okay. Here is the next big thing that should be coming with social tools. Again, I don't know if it's next year, but it's going to make a big difference for things like these larger space activities, sandbox activities, and the new locations they're bringing in.
The Party Finder. So, the Party Finder, it's a dynamic system that's going to make it easy for you to find interesting and engaging gameplay. It's basically player-powered matchmaking. So, if you are looking for more players, just go in here, advertise your party, give it an informative name like Ben has done here.
Space Combat Fun Times.
And you could even set things like a specific contract that you want to play, or roles that you're looking to fill. Maybe you need gunners, engineers, pilots.
Meat shields.
Maybe that. You could also limit the number of members. You might want to do some, again, specific content. So you want to do with a set number of members in the party, or you might want a tight-knit group. That's something that I would like very much. Maybe you just don't want to split the contract rewards, right? So once you have that information, then it's time to list your party.
And then people are going to be applying to join your group, which is...
So Party Finder is going to be really useful, of course. Chat system update.
The chat window. Giving you the power to make the chat your own. We're also adding chat tabs.
We're bringing back tabs.
We're bringing them back from other games.
You can tell he was so excited to say that, like just how quickly he jumped on that one.
We're bringing back tabs.
We're bringing them back from other games. And this means that you can set up customizable views, filtered for any area of the game that you are interested in.
Please auto-filter for us, though. Location.
You had a UI team make a little mock-up of some of the other functionality we're adding, right?
I sure did. I also got them to add the combat log in.
That's sweet. How kind of you. So, first off, as we can see here, we're making slash commands actually useful. So no longer just chicken dancing and flexing. It's going to be able to help you send messages to party, to proximity chats with say and /dl commands, as well as sending DMs to other players. What the hell, Ben? You said you were going to take
Hey, you wanted a real example.
Sure. So, another thing we're adding is that we're giving you the power to share information more easily via links. So, first off, here we have contract links, taking you to the contract manager for that specific contract.
Cheesecake!
Yes, cheesecake.
Yeah, cheesecake is maybe better than
Imagine trying to remember some of the
Also,
freaking link names.
We are adding
the
star map
contract
links.
names.
Let's have a look at what that looks like. This means that you can click the link and it will take you to the exact location in the star map.
That'll be nice.
Making it easy for you to group up. Another thing we're adding is item links. And, well, you'll see why you want to link items in our Crafting Your Home presentation tomorrow. Lastly, we're adding player links to make it
Which game
easy
has
for you to
superior social tools that CIG should take note of? I actually don't play enough multiplayer games to know that well. I'm more of a single player guy.
Sean just messaged us about VoIP.
As much
You
as
wanna
people might
invite him to the party?
have you
I
believe
sure can,
otherwise in
Gabe.
chat.
We do need an expert to discuss VoIP and FOIP anyway. So you guys give us some air, remember hot mics, and let's invite Sean.
All right, now they talk about some VoIP, mostly VoIP stuff, honestly, which is really disappointing because I think VoIP is the most important. But we're going to skip over this part and move on to some of the more... I actually think this stuff would be less likely to come in next year. This is less social tools and more like full-on back-end system, but we can touch on this real quick. Oh shoot, Maverick! What? Yo! My man Maverick joining this Toes Gang. He's always on the Toes Gang though. I don't think he ever not been on the Toes Gang. Maverick dropped 5 subs on Twitch, so I gotta say thanks for that. Thank you, brother. Hope you had a great 2025, and you're looking forward to an even better 26. And I hope work's not been beating you up as much over these last few days now that Christmas has passed. But yeah, these are more of the large kind of social systems like guides, reputation, beacons, and stuff like that. So we'll bounce through this real quick.
So, ultimately, we want to encourage you all to help one another. And
Hey,
it's
the air
very
horn.
important for a game as large and as complex as Star Citizen is. And while we're improving how we teach you the game, it's irreplaceable to have another player by your side showing you the ropes. So, we want to keep the guide types from the website, because there's already a lot of good ones there, and they already cover a very wide variety of gameplay. And as we add more game systems, more guide types are going to get added too. And base building's a great example of that, which is...
Anybody still do the guide system a lot when we're not doing Frontier?
Oh, yeah. But now, how do you become a guide? So now there's going to be a list of requirements that you've got to meet. And this list will require you doing content like contracts, beacons, or many other things as well. And ultimately, once you've checked that list, you can then opt in to become a guide. And really, we've done this because we wanted becoming a guide to really mean something, both to yourself, to other players, so they can rely on your experience. But why become a guide? Out of the goodness of your own heart?
But why? So the guide system coming into game is good because it's only on the website, and honestly, most players aren't ever going to check the website. If they're just jumping into Star Citizen, I don't want to look at all this extra stuff. So that coming into the game is good, but this is even better.
So beacons have been in the game for a while, but we are juicing them up.
Yeah, so let's look at how we're juicing them up. So first off, tying into the guide stuff, we're adding a new type of beacon. So guide beacons. It means that if you are a guide, you'll be able to respond to them. If you need a guide, you broadcast them. And if you need a guide, you can be certain that whoever responds to them knows their stuff. So this is obviously good for new players needing to learn the game. But even seasoned players like yourselves you're going to have a great use for this because there's always something new to learn in the verse. So you just post your question.
But what about not guide?
Few ways of tackling this, and one of them is actually subsidizing the beacons. So guilds contribute rewards to the payouts on service beacons, and we'll get to guilds shortly. But that could be money, reputation, or potentially other rewards as well.
That's actually pretty cool. This is going to be interesting how they do in-game guilds subsidizing player-made beacons.
We like getting paid.
And ultimately, that keeps the cost down for the people that need help, but rewards the people
This
that are
video is from last November
finally makes
or
it
October.
viable to do beacons for whatever profession you like to do. Medics, refuelers, and repairers, just to name a few. But if you misbehave and you fail the beacon, there's no payout for you. So that's one incentive. The other is that we're adding a proficiency rating. Responders can earn that rating by successfully completing service beacons. You go from bronze up to gold, which indicates your level of experience and success, and only the top few will be able to earn platinum status, which essentially puts you on a leaderboard and marks you as one of the best playing in your region. So when broadcasting, responders offer to help, and you'll see their rating. Then you'll get to pick who you want to help you out. Then let's say you're not very good, or you like to misbehave a lot.
You just suck.
Failing a beacon will result in losing rating, and then repeat offenders will enter the red zone.
The bald zone.
And then only really desperate people are going to take you on. We're making the system much more robust to the point of automatically determining success or failure.
So you were just asking about people who might do stuff to kind of cheese the system. They'll just end up getting more bad ratings. And as Vass is saying, like, you can just keep getting your friends to give you better missions to get good ratings. Honestly, I think that's going to be that sounds like a game loop on its own. You're just keeping bad players a little bit more busy that way. But we'll see what else they can do. I mean, if your reputation goes back and forth a lot, they can start to just sort of factor out your beacons. I think there are a lot of ways to try and capture patterns and see patterns in the way that people's reputation is changing to catch folks who are gaming the system. And you don't even need people to do that anymore, right? You can have LLMs that are specifically tailored to that kind of stuff. But somebody's always going to slip by. The system's always going to be a little bit rough. But the fact that they're at least working on it is going to be, it's better than now. When you have to just type into global chat, hey, I need some fuel. Hope somebody can help me out here.
So we're adding trust rating. So if we look at this person who's looking for some help to repair here, well, you can see their last 5 recent beacons that they broadcasted. They have 2 neutral ones. Something's gone wrong, but it wasn't necessarily bad or illegal. Then they have a red one. That's bad. They have been up to something. But they have also been successful with 2 beacons. So, well, at least you can assess the situation before going into it. It ensures your safety when doing a good deed. And yeah, I think that's it for beacons. So
Beacons. And then there's the organization stuff, which I think is even further behind. None of this has been implemented. Yeah, everything that we're going over today has not been implemented. This is all about what I'm expecting or thinking we might see in 2026. For the most part, they haven't been doing any feature stuff over the last year.
Can be big and complex, and as we said, some of them have thousands of members. So when we designed the app, well, we made sure that we took this into account, but it's also something that we can expand on moving forward. So let's have a look at it.
Now, I'd like to point out that the Fellowship of JJ, like every designer-based org, is really focused on things like progression, gameplay.
This is the stuff I am most doubtful we'll see next year.
But my Bolt's Fault Buccaneers, no, they're the real deal. Now, we don't.
So I will just kind of jump around here. This is basically just talking about orgs, player orgs, how you can have org like announcements and all of the tools and all, basically everything we use Discord for. You can start to do in the actual game, event logs, what's going on, a calendar for all of the stuff that you're doing. Events calendar obviously is one thing. Reputation that you have within the org, your org's reputation, how that sort of factors into the different groups in the actual game.
So you may have spotted a few references on the UI to alignment earlier, but what is it? So, it's your opportunity to form a relationship between org and in-game guild. Now, just as you in personal rep with the guilds, you can with your org now as well. So your org leaders pick which one you want to align with, and while representing, org members doing specific action, like contracts with them, will increase the org's alignment with the guild. But which...
This is going to be... Jesus. Yeah, as somebody who runs an org, I am very curious just how far that's going to go, especially with the way they've been talking about reputation. But that's social tools. We can jump on them past that because we've been at this for a while. Now we got to fly through everything else. Crafting is a pretty obvious one, to the point where we've actually seen what they are doing with that in the game, and they've kind of talked about where they want to go with it.
That goes for both you and us. Let's start this part of the show with a look at how crafting is going to change everything from resource gathering, refining, and even combat when it comes online in the next few months.
In the next few months is literally like, this was October. So few months from October, November, December, January, February, let's say 4 months. I think we'll see this in the PTU, in the EPTU by no later than February. They did want to get it in for December, but it didn't happen.
Crafting is going to be quite small in scale. We're going to use it as a kind of a concentrated effort to allow the players to experience the initial UI, the flow of gathering materials of different quality, and using those to craft items which are better than what they have currently in the game.
So that's a very clear explanation that crafting is not all about making everything crafting in the game. It's about testing out those first iterations, the UI, the flow, the resource differences, all that stuff.
Version is going to be primarily FPS items that you can craft, weapons and armor. For Star Citizen, crafting is our primary progression mechanic. Star Citizen isn't your standard MMO. We don't have levels. We have ships.
Okay, so we've talked about the rest of that. This just gives you a quick look into what they have planned for crafting. The next thing that I'd like to touch on is actually a little piece of tech. We got a lot of tech over the last few years, but one big one that never stops, literally ever, is planet tech. And next year we get Nyx's planets. We got the system so far with the first space station and the asteroid belt and all that good jazz. But we also have Nyx 1, Nyx 2, and Nyx 3 coming in next year, and they are actually beautiful. Let me give you a look at what we are supposed to be expecting with this, because this is also introducing to us Planet Tech V5, which is another big delivery of the Genesis system.
New planets for the Nyx system. We will also go back through Stanton and Pyro and reimagine them through the lens of our technology. Previously, and more traditionally, we'd create slices of biomes, like deserts or forests. This approach moved us forwards and got us this far, but solving the scale was always tricky. And for Star Citizen, we like to do scale on another level. Issues like seeing tiling from our height maps from high altitude, or the unpredictable blending when two biomes connected, were common. But ultimately, things just never felt right. Our worlds were gorgeous, but to us, they still sometimes felt like interpretations. Now, this was a super hard problem, which we needed to solve at the scale for Star Citizen requires. We challenged ourselves to emulate nature in the most believable way, and not just on a planetary scale, but to our level of detail. With Genesis, we've made a complete paradigm shift to how we do things. Biomes are now created
This is freaking pretty, man.
based on the physical data sets, with the assets being spawned whenever and wherever the correct criteria is found. So when you see a forest or a meadow, it's no longer because an artist painstakingly crafted it there. It's now because it simply wants to be there. It fits inside our rules.
This is actually crazy. If you go to the previous year where they showed off their first versions of this, It's insane. They're like, oh, how about the soil type? How about the sunlight?
We have ferns. See, it's a much lower requirement for sunlight. We have salix bushes forming our undergrowth, and we add pines, of course, and multiple variations of pines. Diversity is driven by competition. Everything has ideal conditions, which affects its competitiveness. We also have additional control over this in the form of dominance, which allows us to make one asset more competitive and more dominant than another, which is just what we see in nature. Everything is constantly fighting for resources and, of course, light. Because we spawn these assets in a hierarchy, it's easy to propagate shade data down over the distribution of the assets so that we can control ones that prefer or reject shade. Often, like these ferns, they can spawn in light, but they are outcompeted in those scenarios most of the time. So you will see a rogue fern, or a place where there's no seeds for a specific asset, you might start to get this coming in.
Now, this, combined with the different fauna that are starting to come in that have resources that'll be useful for crafting, that'll probably have some kind of quality level based on the fauna that they are, you know, where they spawn, that kind of stuff. Guys, this is farming. Like, it's actually farming gameplay being created through the planet tech. They just have to give us all the availability to it and give us the information and where it is. But like, it's kind of crazy. And I think Genesis is actually a pretty big part of this. This is all not including the fact that they do want the planets to orbit the star. And they are working on the ability to build seasons into the planets. In fact, if I'm not mistaken, I think he actually mentions it here. Right here.
They should be, but also the color of their leaves. Now, this isn't the only thing that will drive the color of the leaves. We're going to introduce the concept of seasons to the game. And this will mean our planets will evolve through the year, and we'll be able to shed leaves from trees and have the grass wither in winter.
Nonsense stuff, dude. Crazy stuff. So just to re-emphasize what they were talking about there with like the foliage competition and farming gameplay and stuff, here is something that they say a little later on in the section about creating points of interest and how it could be changed by their location.
Next up, farms. Its rules, well, temperature. Not every plant can live in every temperature, but the same with soil type. Only certain plants can be in certain grounds. And then we can query the seed map to determine what plants you would find there. What are the harvestables? As for the targets, again, farm buildings, obviously, power buildings, houses, but even animals such as our beloved quasi-grazers.
So that's all crazy. But the direction that all of this is going. So this is Planet Tech V5. It's coming in with the Nyx planets. And that was sort of them explaining how it was going to work, how they were designing it, how they were building it. This was more a look at the actual progress towards getting it implemented into the Nyx system.
Genesis also ties into our other gameplay systems. Our new planets are built from the information we create for our different datasets, like height maps, humidity, temperature, soil type, soil amounts, geology erosion data, to name but a few. This means you can now tell where to find valuable minerals as the geology looks like it would be suitable for it. Where scree piles exist below sheer cliff faces, and where rocks have broken off over time due to erosion.
That was nice flying.
Of course, these new tools still give us the ability to direct the look and feel we want. The attention to detail from the tallest mountain to the smallest flower is still our core DNA. With Genesis, we can now keep that detail-orientated mindset as we focus on the quality, and it provides the quantity. Genesis provides our planets with the ultimate sense of exploration and adventure, discovery in the purest emotional form. We want you to find that perfect place with the planets providing an abundant resource to harvest. This is a major part of what exploration.
He said it. Everybody screech. So that's a look at Planet Tech V5. And generally what they're planning on doing with it this year, I think the main focus is Nyx 1. is going to be what they're mainly getting into the game. I don't think did we talk about Nyx here? No, I think we talked about Nyx in Beyond Pyro. Yeah.
Progression.
So that was like the main sort of focus as to what they want to do with Planet Tech. It's the biomes, it's the planet hype maps, it's the way that things respawn into the game. But then there is also Nyx, which I thought they go over the other planets of Nyx here, but I guess not. Am I crazy? Don't they? Is it here?
A volatile star at the center of trying to hack out an existence here. If you saw Ian's location presentation yesterday, then you know that he reintroduced Nyx system.
No, I didn't see it. Where is it? It must be here. No, because Ian didn't do this one. Ian did the Beyond Pyro one. Guys, I'm so confused. Oh my god. Where is the talk about Nyx's other planets?
In the
Is it here?
Is
probably here. No. Where do they talk about the other freaking Nyx planets, man?
Worker. And was
Do
being
I think Genesis will launch complete at once or get cut up in pieces over several patches? It's already been cut up in pieces. If you look at the different things that make up Genesis, they've already delivered some of them. And they're holding off on others. Where is this thing? Here? Is this
Different
it?
frame.
Yeah. It's like if you look at this, phase
A
one.
digital asset can describe how it should. You need to find you.
It looks great. That great number, and then they distribute them across.
It's like some of this
They're now
stuff.
to introduce some improvements, including high-resolution ground tech planets. Don't.
I think specifically
And
the
two, could run
GPU.
there
Yeah.
without being.
So this is the kind of stuff that's starting to come in with Vulkan. But I think that it's generally going to come in the phases that they've talked about here. So phase one is going to be all the planet stuff and the biomes. Phase two is then Starkitect with the locations. Phase three is the AI improvements and all that stuff with Maelstrom. Phase four is the light and sound, ray tracing, global illumination, transparency, all that stuff. Phase 5 is audio engine, and then phase 6 is the dynamic weather. I don't think that's necessarily the order they'll be in, but I do think that they're planning on having them drop in different phases. I can't find the other planets, guys, but there are 2 other planets in Nyx. Clearly they're not as special since we can't find them, but they should be coming in next year as well, I would imagine. They're not going to be as developed. I also think that this Nyx 1 this whole idea that they are what is it called? Geoforming something forming. What is the word? Terraforming. This whole terraforming thing that they're doing with Nyx 1 is, I think, the main storyline going forward next year. So I'm getting a lot of like UEE versus the People's Alliance of Levski, possibly with our whole working relationship with Intersect being involved, and maybe the Vandal as well will be in there. But that seems like a big one. You heard me mention Starkitect. I do think that Starkitect is less likely to come into the game because it's a little insane, but it also has been being worked on for most of the last year since they've talked about it. This is their plan to fill the game with points of interest that are interesting and diverse wherever you're going. I'll let you guys listen to a little bit of this. The only reason I bring this up, I think this is a little bit out of the realm of possibilities for next year, but Chris does mention in his letter from the chairman, Genesis planets represent our next step in planetary tech, offering breathtaking worlds with significantly improved graphical fidelity and density, more dynamically assembled biomes. These planets are driven by the rules of nature and our designers creating ecosystems that feel alive and authentic. Combined with Starkitect locations throughout, Genesis planets deliver both the environmental depth and the gameplay density we need. That doesn't necessarily mean Starkitect is coming next year, or any version of it is coming next year, but it could be something that they do test. So I'll give you guys a little look at what it's supposed to supply to the game. You can make that call for yourself.
Are near each other and build near distribution centers. So to hit that bit of our benchmark, we make sure that locations are near each other and group them together. The effect it gives is a fully developed landscape with vistas and points of interest all over. And we group them together in what we like to call a cluster, like this one, that has 13 locations. Let's talk about clusters. Clustering means generating locations near other locations. So, for example, if you find a distribution center, just like in the verse currently, I would find forward operating bases next to them. But if you go even further out, you'd find mining outposts to funnel those resources to the FOBs. Go out even further, you'd find caves around them, because that's where they might find some of the gems. And then
So that's one of my favorite things, is they're talking about points of interest being placed around the planet logically so that they're around other things that would make sense with them being there, based around their use case and their factions.
You can even specify the data on a cluster level. All of the factions that live at this whole cluster, any mining outpost, that would be the same people, but also what commodities they sell, to find on what resource you'd find. So let's look at an example of the clusters. We have our mining cluster. Again, we can define what rules we should have. Rules, well, near a resource, just like our mining outpost, but also it needs to be on a lawful planet. We can target on a planetary scale where they would need to be. They need protection. As for the targets, well, caves, mining outposts, but even trade posts. Let's go to the other side of the spectrum. Before I do so, I forgot data. We can, on a cluster level, specify, again, what mineral commodities, but also what harvestable types you'd find are in that region. Now let's look at the other side of the spectrum, an unlawful cluster. What rules? Well, they need to be far away from any other cluster, because they want to be isolated and do their evil deeds on their own. And also on an unlawful planet, such as somewhere in the Pyros system. For the targets, outlaw outposts, crash ships, because they would shoot them down, and also ruins from just places they just completely overrun. The data on this one, you'd find specific loadouts, and they'll be using weapons that you wouldn't find in any other legal system. And these weapons will be sold at the shops in these regions. So, now that we have a cluster, let's go even bigger. Just like our locations, we can put clusters near other clusters, and we group them together, ranging between 10 to 15 locations each. And we group this into what we call a sector. Like this one, that has about 120 locations. However, on a planetary scale, we can define how many sectors we should have, with each their own data and persona. And every single one of these locations is now ready for the mission system to hook up and give you gameplay, and for you to find a bunch of places on your own. And just on this side of the planet, can you guess the number? We've got about 3,042 locations.
So this is a very Star Citizen proposal. It's fantastic, it's huge, it sounds amazing, it's detailed, it's logical, it makes sense. And even here, there's a little bit more detail going on back here that talks about how they've been building out the libraries to make this happen. Going back to 2019 when they introduced the different archetypes for different types of buildings, and looking at kind of how this has been being built out so far. Frontier, High-Tech, and Utilitarian are the 3 we've gotten so far. Henoism is supposed to come with Castra, and probably, I would think a couple of the other styles will come with Terra, but that's besides the point. This is really about creating enough locations on planets that missions and contracts can spawn, and people can go out and do enough things to not run into other people.
As you can see, we're now able to make full-size locations, and they will look completely different based on where you'd find them. The layouts are controlled by the rules, and it will reflect its place in the verse. We've got farms, mining outposts, but even our older locations, such as the bunkers that you find on Stanton.
So the idea I see in chat, they can't keep 4 buildings going, and Hurston system outposts don't see how 120 will work out. This is what they've been working towards over the last year with server meshing. If you remember when server meshing came in, some of the things wouldn't work across server boundaries, like missions, beacons, or even quantum travel sometimes. So part of that was the big problem, was they needed missions to work between servers because they're going to use dynamic server meshing to basically allow planets to run. Well, I mean, if a planet can't run that stuff, the ideal situation would be another server spins up to help share the load. We don't know if that actually happens because it depends on how much money they can put towards the dynamic server meshing. But the idea behind server meshing is to split up the load so that these planets and outposts can put less stress on a specific server that's running everything at once. Cough. Clap.
So, let's look at an example.
Okay.
Kind of use the tool to really, make a location. We can define the rules, as I've mentioned a couple times by now. So for our mining outpost, it wants to be near a resource. We can specify what this resource needs to be. But we can also give it suggestions where sometimes you'd find it here and sometimes you wouldn't. If the location has refineries, it might want to be near water to refine the resources. Then secondly, we can define what buildings should be there. So obviously we need mining buildings, houses for people to live as well, and even power buildings that we can leverage with the resource network. Starchitect will intelligently figure out where to place these and what needs to be at the location.
So we've gone over the farm stuff. All a little crazy, but that is another thing that was mentioned as being a possibility for next year. Will it happen? I have my doubts, but we shall see. Let us continue. What else we got? Insurance, we kind of went over. Insurance is sort of happening with the item recovery. You saw that. All right, let's talk about some of the stuff that we saw at CitizenCon now. So I think we got through most of the things that he is mentioning here. Genesis, Starchitect, item recovery, inventory, insurance, cross-patch persistence really just is like, things not constantly getting wiped from your account and stuff. Spends a lot of time talking about Genesis here. We talk about server meshing here and the potential of dynamic server meshing coming in, which means instances as well. So let's turn back to CitizenCon of this year and see what stuff they were saying about next year. The first and one of the most interesting things, in my opinion, is going to be Rockcracker. I'm quite excited about Rockcracker, not gonna lie. Give you guys a little intro to that.
At the start of the show, we said we was going to build out the Nix system right in front of you after 4.4 launches next month, and why we want to keep as much of what we're doing behind closed doors so you can discover it for yourself, in-game and on your own. We still are excited to share with you a brief look at one of our up-and-coming locations we're calling Rockcracker. Okay, so Rockcracker, Jared, is our internal name.
Rockcracker is where you have to crack a rock. It's a big rock.
Ka-chow.
You want more?
So way out into the Kiga Belt, you'll find these old QV breaker stations. These were originally industrial facilities breaking apart large asteroids and...
I'm not gonna lie, this is like really up my alley for what I want from a space game. I love going and finding derelict monoliths that you have to like get running again. I hope the like crunchy get this thing up and running and like discover the little parts of it thing is really good. Obviously it's going to lose its novelty after like the second or third time we do it, but I do hope that there's a decent amount of on foot investigative sort of gameplay involved here.
mining them down.
Yeah, this is Hathor
Since
V2.
they've been mothballed and been left abandoned. So you're going to have to find your way inside and thinking about how do we bring this facility back to life. It's not just about flipping a switch. As you bring these stations back to life, you'll be lighting the beacon and calling attention to these long forgotten places.
One of the main features is the laser head, which will require certain things to get working. It's up to you and your friends to find how to get in.
There'll be a variety of options. Whether you're discovering the bowels of the station and mining your way through long-forgotten tunnels, or you're going through the main laser entrance. Now, as you're traversing through the facility, you'll find the old engine room. Now, there may be ways to bring the facility back to life.
So we can already see they've got some of those power cores that they have used in the ASD facilities. Very interesting to know if that's included in taking this thing back online in terms of power, but I swear, like, these need to be expansive spaces. They cannot give us these massive areas from the outside, and then we fly in and land in there a couple hallways. I really hope that's not what they're going to do here. They need to make these places feel big, and they need to make the restarting process feel like you're actually moving some proper gargantuan ancient machinery, you know? Don't miss us with the scale, CIG, please.
Life, kickstart the engines, and bring power to different parts of the facility. Maybe eventually bringing the laser back online and cracking some rocks.
Eventually bringing
The
it,
secondary
maybe.
gameplay loop is FPS combat. You're not there by yourself.
There may be squatters and outlaws in these stations trying to...
I think this should be kind of light. I think the FPS should keep you on your toes and make you be wary of what you're doing, but I don't think that the FPS should be a main part of this. Like, it shouldn't just be constant gunfire, in my opinion. But God knows with the way that the game's treating spawns right now, that might not be in their power to choose.
to stop you from what you want to do.
So you've found these old facilities, you've brought them back to life. You've systematically brought power to various functions of the facility. You've activated the laser. You've fired the laser. You've broken apart the rock. And then you'll be able to fly your ship inside and see what's there.
It plays out exactly like Hathor. This is Space Hathor. They're just taking what they've done, iterating on it, scaling it up, and using it to test larger and larger situations, hopefully with more tools and features involved. Obviously, we know we have engineering and things like that involved, but hopefully social tools will make this a little bit more of an interesting situation than Hathor was, and they can just keep doing this and progress every year with these kinds of different models of activities.
Yeah. You just get into your ship, and fly in and start searching around and trying to find the pieces that you want to mine.
I'm really excited about Rockcracker because it's a sandbox activity. You can kind of go to these whenever you want to.
This content is for players who enjoy mining, who enjoy exploration, investigation, and don't mind a little bit of FPS content while they're there.
Emphasis on the little bit, bro. So that's Rockcracker, and that is a mainly it's a more group focused activity for sure. A sandbox activity, so it's not necessarily a mission you take. You don't take a mission, they tell you to go to a place and you do this thing. You know of these locations. I'm assuming in the future we'd have to find these locations, whether through buying the data, scanning it down, talking to a certain person. I do think that these are not going to be common locations for everyone to know in the future. But as it is right now, you go to this place and you kind of just work your way through it. Whatever is there, and you make do with whatever it is. It's just like with Hathor. And I think that's great for these kinds of games. I think for people who want to go out in groups, this sort of stuff's a bit more interesting. I would love to see how you can complete this sort of thing in a smaller group. But we're not going to know that until a couple quarters after this comes out and people have kind of moved on from the new shiny thing. That being said, I'm really excited to see how this turns out. Am I new to Star Citizen? Depends on what new means to you. I think most people would say I'm not very new. No. It's going to be 100% FPS combat in a single hallway, and at the end you try to stick a battery in a slot. This will never work. All right. Write it down. Lurch Lord's big prediction. It'll be a single hallway of combat and nothing else. Hit it. Exploration, mining, and FPS. No, it's an FPS map with a few goofy puzzles. I was telling, I was on a subreddit the other day. Yesterday, I think it was, talking to... There were people who were talking about, like, the Star Citizen community and how they're all crazy and they're all, like, unhinged and in a cult. And I'm like, guys, the people who complain the most about Star Citizen are the players. Like, we have so many problems with the game and just about anything that the company proposes they will do. We're very, very loud about it. But you'll never be able to tell people that from outside the community. All right, the next thing that is coming after Rockcracker is actually a much bigger, almost similar version. It is the... Oh, actually, we should talk about instances. Which really gets people. We can talk about instances and use that to go into the municipal works. If you haven't played for 14 years, you're new. Now you think about it, you can't wait for crafting V0 or 1. Gather all the weapons you never use, break them down, and then craft the gear you want from the parts. Mechanics! Yeah, no kidding. So they get organ party tools. A lot of players just won't ever try this. Yeah, that's why I think that's pretty dang important for next year. You don't understand why there has to be an overcomplicated puzzle at the end of an FPS contract. I think they make those for the people who like FPS and puzzles. I think there will be straight just FPS stuff. There will probably be just puzzle stuff. Right now they're trying to make the combinations of the two because it probably allows them to have more mechanics. And then they could just split those off and make those their own separate things too. A lot of people really like the multifaceted gameplay. So you do a little bit of shooting and then maybe you do a little bit of like looking around and find something. Maybe you move something one way or the other. It's how a lot of like platformers and adventure games and RPGs are created nowadays. And a lot of people are just into it. I think that's just the way that they are the players that they're trying to get right now. At one point, it was all ship combat. At one point, it was very focused on mining. At one point, it was very focused on salvage. They focused a bit on medical. Eventually, it'll be very focused on something else. As you'll see in chat, people think it's always focused on FPS and PvP. It's just a matter of like whatever is working out for them in terms of their development progress, and likely whatever they're working on when it comes to Squadron. Why does there have to be so much FPS between you and your puzzle? See? See, everybody's got something that's bugging them. Let's talk about instances, which I'm sure will bug people.
But what about us? Where do we get to hone in and craft a bespoke experience here and there, specifically tailored to individual or small group play? Well, that's where instancing comes in. And I'm going to let Benji tell you a little bit more.
We're bringing instancing to Star Citizen in 2026. Why are we doing it, and how will it work? So if you've played any content in 2025 in Star Citizen, you know.
I feel like I should mention Vazarus on YouTube said, "Don't gaslight that question. The puzzle is to make it take longer getting the reward." I will say I wasn't trying to gaslight that question. I do think that they like to bring puzzles in for people, but he does disagree. Just wanted to make sure people were aware. Sorry if you feel gaslit by that, but I think that puzzles are actually useful game mechanics.
That most of these areas were in actual PvP zones where other players could interfere. Instancing is a means to create an environment where designers can create tailored content that's tuned to a specific group size, but it is also protected from outside interference. It's not to say that we don't love PvP. I'm a PvP guy. PvP me, bro.
God.
But like most MMOs, a good balance between a dangerous overworld and a protected instances is needed. Right now, we don't have this ability, and this is something we really need in order to give you a sense of progression that is tailored and balanced to a tunable amount of groups, so the difficulty matches the group size. There's a beginning and an end. It doesn't mean that that doesn't fit in our overworld strategy, meaning getting to the instance is dangerous, exiting the instance is dangerous, or can be interfered with others. But at least when you're playing the content, we can actually make something that's curated for one experience. So before anybody says this is only a PvE thing, this technology can also be applied to unlock curated PvP experiences that are as seamless as the PvE ones. So it's not about one thing or the other. It's really about unlocking developers' ability to create curated content. So that said, how will it work? Instancing.
That's literally just going straight through people's ears.
Is really an evolution over static to dynamic meshing. We want your instances to be as seamless as your instance hangars, meaning that when you take an elevator, you exit the elevator, you're inside the instance. A gateway opens, you cross that gateway, you're now into your instances. Could be also a quantum jump into an instance that you don't even see. The transition is just like a dynamic mesh transition. And so throughout the universe, we will be able to add these areas that are open or closed instances that allow you to join in either with a party and have a reserved instance for your party, or join an open instances that has a number of slots. And so some of those areas will be completely instanced on different servers. This allows us to leverage the compute power of the entire mesh. The closed ones will be really to drive one piece of content. You enter and exit seamlessly, just like we do with your instance hangars currently.
So this is really starting to meld closely with dynamic server meshing, is where this comes from. And that's why those two things are expected to come at the same time. Sometime next year, likely in a very basic situation, but first applied to the Siege of Orison event from earlier.
It's because basically the Nine Tails have taken over sort of a cluster of floating platforms in Orison.
And you are there to kill these sort of lieutenants of this terrorist organization and take back control. So in our current thinking, Siege of Orison is designed for about a 15 to 20 people fire team. So you, your friends, or your org will go in, you'll all have sort of dedicated roles. Some of you might be the tank who brings in the heavy weapons and sort of pulls the fire. Some of you might sit at the back and be the sniper and pick people off who are a bit further to make the advance easier. Some of you will be the medic who sole job is going to be revive and look after the rest of your team and the health of them. And some of you will be the people who push for the objectives to try and get sort of most of the mission done. The event was designed for about 15 to 30 people, but when we released it, we fixed the problem with 2 DGSs on one server that was fighting for resources. And with that, we also upped the player count to 100. So when it first debuted, it was already too full for what it was designed for. It was
They just have to like basically reconsider all these things when you can get 100 people into an event as opposed to just like 20.
Massive operation at the time. I think that bringing it back and giving it a refresher will be a fantastic addition back into the PU.
So imagine if Siege was a instance that you could go in and play solo, or if it was a public event that you could go with your friends, or you could join up with random players on the server. There's lots of ways that we want to take a look at Siege, how we can make it a more approachable piece of content.
I'm excited, to say the least, to bring back Siege.
They are saying that they're going to control how many players can enjoy the content. Have they said that they're going to put a hard cap on these? So I guess what he had mentioned here would talk more about that.
You cross that gateway, you're now into your instances. Could be also a quantum jump into an instance that you don't even see. The transition is just like a dynamic mesh transition. And so throughout the universe, we will be able to add these areas that are open or closed instances that allow you to join in either with a party and have a reserved instance for your party, or join in open instances that has a number of slots. And so some of those areas will be completely instanced on different servers. This allows us to leverage the compute power of the entire mesh. The closed ones will be really to drive one piece of content. You enter and exit seamlessly, just like we do with your instance hangars currently.
Yeah, so there will be some that are capped based on population, which I agree is a bit annoying. But also, I think part of the goal so you say people want instancing because they don't want their gameplay spoiled by their players, but there is a very real argument that capping a instance is a way of not allowing that gameplay to be spoiled by their players, because there's very well there could be two, like you could have an event that specifically has 8 spots in it, right? There is a spaceship that has 8 seats, and if you're not in that seat, then you die. They would probably want to cap that at 8 spots so that people don't waste their time in this event only to find out that they're going to die at some point because that's something specific that happens. I do agree, though, limiting the amount of gameplay that can take place at certain places is a bit annoying, and I'll be interested in seeing how they do it, because like, what if you're part of a group of people and you're just like the 11th on a 10 cap instance? That's a bit crappy. Yeah, could be for performance reasons as well. I know it doesn't mean it's closed. I'm referring to specifically what he just said on here, that there will be a cap on certain instances. Is it hot? Because we're going over hot stuff. How are you doing? Doing research as well as while I'm recapping. Dude, this is a deep dive, man. This is as much research as it is recap. Best believe it. Getting off the shuttle just to be sniped by a troll in a high-rise was a pain in the arse. Yeah. Something to be said about instancing. It has its place even in SC. Yeah, I agree. They wouldn't let an 11th person in to begin with. Well, it wouldn't have been instanced before. So this is specifically talking about an event that was made...
The event was designed for about 15 to 30 people.
For about 15 to 30 people. So before it wasn't instanced, and he specifically says...
But when we released it, we fixed the problem with 2 DGSs on one server that was fighting for resources. And with that, we also upped the player count to 100. So when it first debuted, it was already too full.
So what if they say, well, this was too full at 30 people, so 31 people can't be in the game? They wouldn't have not allowed that 31st person to be in. That 31st person would have just added to the unbalance of this specific thing going on. So at some point, they would have to say more players can't join, right? In specific situations, not in all instances, just in certain ones. And I do think that is a big question that's hanging on people's minds as to how they're going to apply that. That being said, that's instancing. That is Siege of Orison, where it will be first be applied. Municipal works are also going to be a big part of that. We can touch on that real quick here. I actually didn't get into the municipal works. Do they talk about that here? Siege of Orison. Yeah, here we go. Municipals.
Out of Nix, there's still one more exciting use for instancing we're building right now. It's an earlier look than normal, and some of it is still in white.
Yeah, we're streaming for New Year's Eve, dude.
To share the
Keep an eye
first
out.
look at a major content release of 2026 and what it means for progression-based gameplay. As an evolution of our building interior initiative, you won't discover it by accident. Because
if you know the cap your group wouldn't try to join with more, that is completely sidestepping what I'm saying as the problem, though. Like, when I jump into the game with my org, we have an open voice channel where people are just joining in, yeah? And we're like, hey, let's run this group with 8 people. The cap is 12. Okay, cool. One more person joined late. They're jumping in. 2 more people joined after them. Cool. 2 more people joined after them. Does one of those people in that last 2-person group not join? I'm not going to turn to them and say, hey, we knew what the cap was for this event. You got to leave. I mean, that sounds like it might be what we have to say, but that's what I'm asking. Is that the answer? Is it just a hard cap? I don't know. But I'm asking for that specific situation. I'm not saying like, oh, we're smart enough to get around it, or oh, we'll plan ahead of it. I'm saying when that does happen, what do you have to do?
complete, it will be found deep within the heart of Levski itself. This is the municipal works. So inside the facility, you'll find huge vaporization chambers, old processing plants, industrial tunnels, and eventually into the old turbines, which are still pumping heat into the old rock.
So I love the verticality of this. I think these look like really cool areas, but this is all concept art we're looking at. Lucid, thank you so much for continuing that 42 months supporting the YouTube channel. Said Q2 2026 is the Squadron 42 target. Q2. Yikes. Squadron 42 is leading, judging by lagging PU is a wrong. What? GTA 6 wall means killing Q3 and 4. CR says no long marketing. Mark your words. Okay, so this is your predictions. Well, we shall see. Intense call. Q2. Oh boy.
True history of Levski. This is a place where you won't see in Lorville, you won't see in I-18 or the other landing zone. It's the pure basis of Levski. You will have, of course, metal and tunnels and more structural plays, but you will also see a lot of rock and cave. So it's not a place you go to take vacation. It's really a place you go to fix stuff.
Not everybody has what it takes to come down there and do the job that needs to be done.
All of your sewage systems have stopped working. Everything's going to quite literally. And so the player is tasked with their group, most likely, to go into there, take out the outlaws, and get the facility working again.
So let me get this straight. This is literally...
So this is another one with puzzles. Heads up, it might not be interesting to some folks. Being that the 16th player that joins the group but then can't join his friends in that instance could be immersion breaking. Yeah, and that's unfortunately where it sounds like it's headed. As people have said, MMOs have hard caps on instances, and I think a lot of folks were hoping this is something that Star Citizen could avoid just based on what they've been saying over the years and kind of how they were hoping to deliver this content in a more seamless environment. But at some point, it sounds like you're gonna run into just like gameplay just doesn't work.
A mission.
We'll see though.
To fix the toilets of Levski.
It's not just the toilets. You're also trying to turn on the air. Air is a bit more important. It still works in Levski, but they have like maybe polluted air because it's not being cleared properly. It's not just for the toilet.
Poop mission.
It's also a little bit more exciting than just going into like some vents. It's like a 3-layered system where there's 3 chapters.
This will be mission-driven and repeatable. Everything from mining to salvage to combat to investigation, a variety of roles. Narratively, it's a real sandbox. Every progression you do will unlock a new area that will link back to previous areas, complexifying the play space.
We've been wanting to have more gameplay around landing zones for a long time. Now that we have instancing tech coming online, that allows us to do something that provides really cool gameplay close to a landing zone.
With the missions, that's what will create different overlays or
Honestly, they don't even need instancing for that kind of thing. I don't think, like, as far as a performance thing goes, dynamic server meshing, I feel like allows them to avoid the performance hits. This seems like it's about curating the experience. I understand why they don't want 50 players to jump into a QV station and wipe out the NPCs, because what if you're a player that's not with those 50? That sucks. And then I would think maybe the reputation system could be used to handle that, but you can't reputation people out of that. They're not doing anything wrong. They're just doing the things that you want to do before you can do them. Nobody likes to be in a group with a player who just runs ahead of the entire group and clears out all the enemies and does all the puzzles and picks up all the loot and comes back and says, "Why'd you guys take so long?" But that can happen every single time in every single scenario if nothing is ever instanced. And I am the kind of player who wishes that there weren't these weird walls in between content. But I also understand that there are certain things that just have to be experienced a certain way. I think they should definitely try and keep most of the stuff in the sandbox in the open world, because for the most part, those are the edge cases. Most people get to enjoy stuff as it's meant to be enjoyed if there's enough of them, as they seem to be wanting to do with Genesis and Starkitect. But with certain things, certain very story-specific things, I understand wanting to do more instancing and stuff like that. Just Game, Mr. Just Game, thank you very much for the support on YouTube. Twitch, my dude. A little shout and a clap for you. That's right, shout, guys. Clap for him. Good man. Oh, I dropped my chop. Very supportive. Great at Star Citizen, too. Better than me. 1945, right? One of the oldest in here. 1945, that's like 80 years ago, man. Shout out to Just Game. Appreciate you. Single shard was always a moonshot since it's physics issue and not a software one. Yeah. I mean, they still want to do like a server per region or something. You spend New Year's Eve with your family, so you'll pop in and out. It'll be good to see you, Diz. I hope you have a good New Year's Eve, man. It was rough trying to do a story in Sea of Thieves and then you get someone attacking you specifically to mess with your story. Right. Yeah. It's a tough one to deal with, but clearly it's important for them in 2026, and I think a really big part of what they want to deliver in terms of the experiences. Now, that is not the last thing. We've gone over quite a few of these sort of like major improvements, but I think these are the 4 major updates of the year. Breakers, Municipal Works, Tactical Strike Groups, and the Planetary Update. These seem like they're big quarterlies. So the last one we need to go over here is the Tactical Strike Groups. And maybe there will be more than this for like the major updates. This is just what we know about so far. Most of what we got in 2025, we did not know about at the beginning of 2025. We only knew some of it. So expect there to be quite a bit of stuff that we just don't know about coming into the game as of right now. But here's one of the final things. Again, it's more group focused. It's definitely going to depend on social features to be something that thrives, but it could be also the most interesting thing that comes in next year because it's really starting to get into the larger scale parts of Star Citizen.
Share with you a super early look at what we're building in a space we're calling Tactical Strike Groups.
The People's Alliance are still trying to get to the bottom of what this new faction is really doing in the Nyx system.
They've sent a capital ship to check out a station and run into more than they can take care of themselves.
Unfortunately, that team came under attack and members of their groups were taken hostage. Now they've reached out to Intersect, who've reached out to you to help recover the pilot. Of course, it's unwise to do this alone, so you'll need to put a team together to attack the station.
When you arrive, you will have this big asteroid, kind of broken asteroid, and on this you will have this space where you will find 3 big arms. You will see in the middle, you will have this big energy core. Everything here has a purpose. It's not just for the show, just something nice to see.
You'll see a People's Alliance-owned Idris that's just on the outside, and it's going to be getting harassed by this unknown faction that you have met before.
So your first objective here is to clear out the ships. There'll be waves of these ships, so this is where you want your light or your medium or your heavy fighters, whichever playstyle you prefer.
So while one part of your group is dealing with the fighters, now it's time to actually assault the station.
This station has been outfitted to resist all of the obvious way of attacks.
Somehow they've incorporated Vanduul capital ship killing turrets. These turrets ignore small fighters, and they have the firepower to destroy even the biggest capital ships.
Your Polaris and your Idris, if you get it close, it will get shredded. The idea of these is so we can sort of make it so we can mix up that ship combat, and not everyone can just bring the biggest ship and win just because they have the biggest ship.
You have to send out your best pilots to navigate the superstructure and take down anything that may damage.
Those better be some properly scary lasers.
So at this point you're thinking, destroy the turrets. But it's not that easy. This turret has shields that you've never seen before. It won't take any kind of damage. Your missiles won't do anything, your lasers won't do anything, your ballistics won't do anything to them. But like everything, they do have a weakness. You have to cut the power to their shields. To do that, that actually brings you to your first objective, the power relays.
Honestly, I think it would be cool if there was also the
exterior-
choice of cutting off the power by going inside and finding the actual module and taking it out, or the component or something.
It has a number of power relays that are holding the doors closed so that you can't get in.
You have to find them, you have to target them, and you have to destroy them. But it may not be as easy as it seems.
Here's our first wrinkle. The power relays have their own shields that are resistant to energy-based attacks.
We know how much you like using laser repeaters, but so do these guys.
Capital ship can't get close enough because of the turrets.
So ships with explosive or ballistic ordnance will be needed here. That's torpedo ships like your Retaliator or Gladiator, or even another fighter with ballistics loadout. That's going to take you a while.
Why do the power relays not have the
power
crazy
relays that take you
impervious
down,
shields?
the
Because
station
the
opens up.
shield, they take so much power, man.
Now it's time for you to fly.
Just gonna use the
your
whole
ship
power
inside the
relay to power the
Yeah.
shield that's
You,
shielding
in
the
your
power
ship,
relay.
Flight into the superstructure of this station.
How cool is that? I feel like this is a proud dad moment. Thank you, Jared.
We're just going to call it what it is. It's a trench run.
Trench run.
Yeah, it definitely did that on purpose.
So as you enter the structure, you'll see cooling units along the sides that you'll need to take out. There's 3 arms to the station that have these trenches. You'll fly into one, and then there'll be a core in the center, and then you'll move out another trench.
You're either gonna do it multiple times, or you need to bring friends.
At this point, the core is still protected, so these are essentially strafing runs.
Man, this is gonna look so much goofier than it does in this video. I'm really wondering like what they think players are gonna look like flying through the space like this.
There are objects to avoid. You're going to have to be able to dodge. You're going to have to move quickly. You need an agile ship.
I guess I do like the idea they mentioned here of like you can't just float around in there because it'll do damage to your ship. That's something.
Because the shield generator that you're targeting is emitting lots of distortion damage.
So once the cooling
we just
units are
watched that
out,
man die.
Exposes the core to overheat, which means that you can attack it from the inside and also from exhaust ports on the outside of the station. This core is armored and just takes a whole lot of damage. Once the power
Yeah,
core
you
goes
could
down,
just
the turrets come down.
drop
and
a
then
bunch
the
of
capital
wolves
ships
and
can
furies on this one.
Why is that important? Because during all of this, you spend a lot of ammo and munitions and ballistics, and you're going to want to top up.
This is where we're going to get our new feature in, ship hangar refueling and rearming. You're going to be able to land in the hangar of select ships and be able to use the same interface as you are right now at stations to refuel and rearm.
It's specifically for ships like...
This is a pretty big change. It's something that they're introducing with this content, but as far as features go, being able to refuel and rearm in a capital ship is fucking huge. It's going to be really, really big as they start to bring in more missions with Nyx, if they keep Nyx as sparse as it is when it comes to services.
And the Polaris and other ships that are designed to have other ships land inside them.
Of course, it'll be more than just those two ships, and you'll find out more once we get closer to release. But this is a really important feature that we're really excited to get out.
If you're not bringing your own Idris, the People's
Yeah,
Alliance has
fleet
a
operations,
Idris.
and that goes hand in hand with social apps. So you can see how, like, if this comes out at the end of the year, and I think this is probably more likely an end of the year thing, an October, November, December launch, and we have looking for group, we have proper voice comms. This will be a fantastic showcase for Star Citizen if they can get it to play as well as it looks here. And they won't, because this is all cinematic, but like, you get what I mean. Social apps, fleet operations, actual ships having purposes. You got bombers, fighters, capital ships, and even drop ships included in here. This could be a watershed moment for Star Citizen, at least when it comes to fleet and larger scale gameplay.
There that can provide a safe port in a storm, allow you to set back up and head back out.
And it's a good thing that you've rearmed and refueled too, because now another group of ships is coming to attack the People's Alliance Idris. So while the fighters are protecting the Idris, what's happening at the station? Well, that's where the dropships come in.
Now you've got to take a fire team in. You've got to land. You've got to fight through an onslaught of FPS enemies that...
See, this is where I come in. This is what I'm interested in. You guys can play in your little pew-pew spaceships. I'm going on board. I'm crushing heads. I'm taking names.
belong to this...
And we're all out of heads.
This unknown faction, and you've got to open a hangar door which will allow you to release captives from the station.
This is also huge. This is implying that we're going to have NPCs that will be able to get onto a player-flown ship. Now, we've only ever seen something like this purported to be coming to the game one time. That was at CitizenCon, I believe, 2021, where they showed us this quick passenger AI mission. They showed an AI leaving the station, walking onto your ship, taking a seat, and then you getting the destination to go drop them off at. Basically a box mission with legs. So it's not that crazy to think technologically this could be a possibility. But the things that might mean afterward, like passenger transport, which we know is a 1.0 feature. Not going to pull up the screen, but we know it is. The idea of NPCs actually needing to get on or off a ship that you're flying and the things that could lead to in terms of objectives and new contracts and stuff is pretty big. So even though this is pretty cool content they're talking about, there's also a lot of really interesting features they're kind of sneaking into this that could be coming in next year too.
After you've you've opened the doors and that person's taken off, you've just got to make sure they get to safety.
All you see is 20 mechanics that are going to be borked for 10 patch cycles. That's why, hopefully, they'll use the EPTU for this stuff. At the very least, the mechanics in all of this, we should be seeing in the EPTU at least 2 months before this patch lands. And we should know by the time it's hitting the PTU how it'll function. We saw it with engineering. When it was in the EPTU, engineering looked like it was going to completely kill the game. When it was in the PTU, engineering still looked like it was going to cause some pretty significant issues for people in the game. By the time it went to live, it's mostly agreeable. It still has its problems for sure in terms of balance, but it's not like breaking the game. And I think that's their goal now with releasing features, is not to have things that break the game. So hopefully this will be stuff that's being tested beforehand in a little higher ways. Also, yeah, has to be instanced. So it might not even be connected to the rest of the game in that way. Alan, thank you for the super chat. You thought the auto P8 was being saved for Squadron 42? Confirmation Squadron 42 out before this event? Oh, were you seeing that here somewhere? I didn't even see that. Yeah, it's probably Squadron's going to release for this event, dude. That's it. You cracked it.
So at this point, all of this sounds pretty simple, but there's an additional complication.
So up until this point, it's just been you versus the enemies in the station. But the enemies in the station have their own enemies.
The
game is pretty broken. Is it broken from engineering?
Will come in and wreak havoc on everything.
And they're not going to discriminate between you and the station. They're out for blood.
They probably could have left this unrevealed for this part.
Alert the Vanduul by destroying the power core that the station's now vulnerable. You're on a time limit. Vanduul are coming. They're going to come hard. They're going to keep coming. You're going to have one hell of a fight.
Such a goofy looking ship to me. Goofy Vanduul. So yeah, that about wraps up, I think, everything that I had on the list of what might be coming. I also had the possibility of FPS and ship scanning updates, because that's like, I don't think we can go another year without those. So it's really important. We already see them starting to involve caves and harvestables in our ship scans. FPS emissions and scanning keep showing up in the PTU and not into the live game. So I do think that's getting pretty close. So FPS scanning, ship scanning, and maybe hacking is one other thing that we see coming into the game in 2026, whether in testing or actually in the live game. I'm also thinking they're going to move forward more on engineering, in wear and tear, in armor, and very importantly, in gravity and batteries. Those are two parts of engineering that they just specifically haven't touched on, but we know that gravity and power in the batteries are both pretty important things that just haven't been included. So I think there's a lot more planned for next year in Star Citizen than there was this year. And when I say that, I'm talking about features. This year had plenty of content stuff going on, but the feature-wise, lots of expansions coming in 2026. How will they go? I don't know. I'm sure it's going to be pretty painful. Even if we are using the ePTU, even if we're doing our testing in the PTU, this is all still in alpha. It's all still testing for an actual 1.0 release. So we will eventually have to deal with some of the pain of it just not being finished while they're trying to put in finished mechanics. I don't think next year is going to be like some big, amazing time where everything changes and we're all super happier for it. But I do think it's going to be a pretty significant step up towards a more interesting game from a content perspective, but also like the sandbox and the features. We talked about features. We talked about ships. I didn't even go over my review of what I thought this year was going to look like. We can do that later on. I am tired. There's been a lot of talking. I'm going to wrap this up. I hope you guys enjoyed going over all of the thoughts and expectations setting for next year. I think even if you give yourself low expectations based on what we went over here, there are a lot of really good opportunities and possibilities. Like at the very least, we're going to be seeing crafting, inventory updates, Rockcracker, instancing, municipal works, Planet Tech V5, item recovery tier 1, the new planets. I think those are all guarantees. So whatever comes after that, I look forward to it. But I hope you guys enjoyed. And with that, we're going to skip out on the gameplay today. We will be back, though. We will be back, folks, on Wednesday. I'm not sure when we're going to start. We'll probably start a little earlier than expected because Wednesday is a streaming day, and I do want to be live that day anyways. Maybe we'll do 2 streams. I don't know. But I will be live on New Year's Eve. Mrs. Tomato is getting that graphic ready for y'all with the big announcement. We'll be giving away the Golem, which we're already giving away right now. You can make that link pop up with ! giveaway if you'd like. Get some early entries. But also you can come and join us for that stream. We will be live for 4 to 5 hours. We're going to celebrate every continental US time zone together here on the stream. Whole bunch of drinks. Whole bunch of drinking. We're going to try and visit every star system together. So if you're in GII, make sure to have your game updated. Come join us in game. The event is actually already on Discord. You can find it there if you would like to get a little ping when it starts up. And yeah, like I said, some giveaways, some events, some good times, some good drinks, all that jazz. ESC, thank you for the super chat. Said weapon variety, rocket strike. I love exciting combinations of words. Thank you for that. And Maverick, thank you for the bits, dude. 1.0 in 2026, huff that copium. Hustle, you might die huffing that hard. Take care of yourself, my friend. Go get yourself some well-deserved chestnuts and have a great day. I will go get some chestnuts. I bet Mrs. Tomato would like some of those. I'm gonna go give her a hug and some tea and chestnuts and make sure she is doing okay. Is she working on a way to load the Nerf gun with olives because you think that would be funny? I'm going to be the devil's advocate here and say, as a possible olive lover, you should be ashamed of putting olives in danger like that. What a waste. Instead, turn that barrel on yourself and shoot those olives into your mouth, because I'm assuming you like to eat them, and I don't. I hate them. Get them away from me. Ew. Ew, I said. Ew. Olives. It's either that one or it's this one. Take your pick. It's the sound it makes me make. When do I think we'll get another new ship? In the next 2 weeks. I'm betting we see another ship at the very least getting advertised by, let's say 3 weeks. By January 21st. I think we'll be seeing them. Oh, you don't eat olives? God bless you. Good choice, brother. All right, y'all. I'm going to pass you on so you don't have to listen to my nonsense anymore. Who's playing some Star Citizen? Oh, we got a lot of great people on today. Look at that. What the? Logan's playing Fortnite? Interesting. Interesting choice, my friend. We've rated... Let's see. Enter. We've rated... Let's go raid Citizen Her. Ferrister? Is Ferrister on freaking Twitch? No, I don't see him. Maybe he's on YouTube. We could raid him on YouTube if he's live. I don't know if you're just pulling my tail or my tomato stalk, my vine, whatever you call it. He's not online. Get out of here. Sorry, YouTube. Y'all got nobody to go to, but I'm going to send you over to Citizen Her on Twitch. Guys, have a good time. Drop the toes in chat. Let them know where you come from. Bring the excitement. I want to see it. Oh, Ferrister's right there. Tune in to hear Tomato complaining about olives. Seems about right. Gotta stay on brand, bro. Y'all have a wonderful day. I will see you in the next one on Wednesday for New Year's Eve. If not, happy 2025 to you. I'll see you in the next one. You're good people. You deserve good things. Do something you love today. Eat something you love. Take care of yourselves and your toes. Consider some socks to keep them warm. And have a fantastic week. Thank you all for being here. See you in the next one.